Welcome to the 17th Annual Socialist Action International Educational Conference, Socialist 2020. We acknowledge that this gathering takes place on the indigenous lands, including the unceded territories of the Mississaugas of the New Credit, the Wendat, and Haudenosaunee people. We do more than honor the First Nations. We join in the fight for justice, recognizing that there is no real reconciliation without restitution. That entails seizing the assets of the big resource corporations and returning them to the commons. Around the world, working people are demanding an end to the conditions that foster pandemic and war, an end to destruction of the environment, and an end to big business rule. Before COVID-19, the public sector was under relentless attack. Job security was disappearing. The rulers spent billions for wars in Asia, Africa, and Latin America, but not for clean waters for indigenous communities. They have wads of cash for corporate buyouts, but not to house homeless. Today, the world is reeling from depression, teetering on the brink of climate catastrophe and nuclear holocaust. The new Cold War is getting hotter. Its front line stretches from the Baltic Sea to the Persian Gulf, from Venezuela to Palestine, from Washington to Beijing. 1% of the global population controls over 50% of the world's wealth. In the face of growing inequality and poverty, Canadian bank and mining CEOs reward themselves with multi-million-dollar salaries. We have a severe housing crisis. Robots are replacing workers. Cops get away with murdering Black, brown, and mentally ill persons. We are inundated by a steady stream of lies from our saccharine Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau. On climate change, Indigenous rights, electoral reform, taxation, civil liberties, and military spending is the Harper agenda behind a cloud of cannabis smoke. On matters of imperialist war, pipelines, and trades, Trudeau has been trumped. So the working class is fighting back. We are inspired by the mass protests against killer cops, by the Yellow Vest movement in France, by the campaign to raise the minimum wage, and by the actions of young workers fighting for job security and a decent livelihood. We draw inspiration from Idle No More and from Black Lives Matter. We say it's time that working people reject labor concessions and to remove those officials who keep the capitalist system going. We say it's time to rise up. It's time to break the chains that bind us to a system that specializes in repression, war, environmental disaster, and untold suffering. In the words of Solidarity Forever, let's bring to birth a new world from the ashes of the old. My name is Elizabeth Weiss. I'm a retired member of the Canadian Union of Postal Workers, Federal Treasurer of the NDP Socialist Caucus, a leading member of Socialist Action, and your chair for this conference coming from Montego Bay, Jamaica. Currently, we are celebrating the 26th anniversary of the founding of Socialist Action in Canada. SA is committed to grassroots democracy and a united front in action. You can see our work in the NDP Socialist Caucus, the Workers' Action Movement in the unions, and in the fight against stud food. SA initiated the Cross-Country Day of Action for Palestinian Rights on May 18, 2019, plus the online Day of Action highlighting demand break the siege of Gaza on May 16, 2020. Conservatives in the US and Canada are trying to deprive women of the right to choose on abortion. We say to hell with that. We're never going back. A woman's right to choose is here to stay. The ruling class rich are planning to reverse the concessions made to workers during the current pandemic. We say to hell with that. We refuse to go back. We demand permanent pay increase, safe working conditions, public ownership of all long-term facilities, nationalize big oil, the giant telecoms, and the big banks. If you want to change the world, now is the time to get directly involved. We warmly invite you to join Socialist Action. We are delighted to have as co-sponsors our sister parties in the United States, Socialist Action USA, and in France, the new anti-capitalist party, in Greece, the OKDE, and in Italy, the PCL. We are thrilled to have with us online today comrades from the United States, Italy, and France. I hope you enjoy this session and the next one coming up at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time. And at 6:15, we will have an inspiring spoken word performance by our great friend, comrade, socialist HipHop, Muhammad Ali. So please take the opportunity to order some great literature from SA Subscribe to our monthly newspapers, Socialist Action, the best publication of its kind in North America. If at any time during the conference you decide you would like to join SA, please write a message in the chat column. Fill out the membership form at our website, www.socialistaction.ca. That's www.socialistaction.ca. Or call us at 647-986-197. It's 647-986-1917. Now, comrades, siblings, friends, are you ready to listen and to discuss? Are you ready to have a great time? So let's start. Socialism 2020. So we begin with the panel, Capitalism is the Virus, Pandemic, Climate Change, Economic Ruin, and Tyranny. And the speakers are as follows. Michaela Guardigli is a literary and technical translator since 2014, a member of the National Women's Commission of the Communist Party, PCL, in Italy. Michaela is a Marxist feminist activist. Aurélien Gavois is a member of the National Council of the Nouveau Parti Anticapitaliste in France and a leader of the current within it, Anticapitaliste A Revolution. Aurélien is a secondary school teacher in Paris, part of the Fédération Syndicale Unitaire, FSAU, Unitary Union Federation, the largest teachers' union in France. With other teacher comrades, he actively participated in a youth strike against the reforms of Jean-Michel Blanquer, the Minister of Education, and Emmanuel Macron's government in 2018. Lisa Lewin-Inberg is a member of the Political Committee of Socialist Action in the United States. Lisa lives in the south side of Minneapolis, Minnesota, just a few blocks from the spot where police killed George Floyd, setting off a massive wave of protests against racist cop violence that surged across the USA, Canada, and around the world. Daniel Terade is a Socialist Action member, Canada member, and a PhD candidate in laboratory medicine pathobiology at the University of Toronto. Daniel works with Extension Rebellion. He is employed at a cooperative grocery store and is a member of CUPE Local 1218. So each speaker will get up to 15 minutes. Barry will give them a 3-minute warning. So you know your order of speakers. So take it away, comrade and sister Michaela.
Hi, everyone. First of all, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity of speaking here today with you. And I would like to start by sketching a general picture of what happened in Italy during the COVID-19 pandemic. To this day, around 34,000 people have died, according to official statistics. However, this figure is not accurate, since many people died in their homes, untested and, of course, unreported. You have probably seen the images of army trucks in Bergamo carrying away the coffins out of the city for the bodies to be cremated elsewhere. So that image was very powerful. Some say a more accurate estimate of the deaths so far should be almost doubled in Italy. More than half of the COVID-19 cases are concentrated in the same region, which is Lombardy, where the first case was spotted. And there are many reasons for this. First, Lombardy is the most important industrial district and one of the most populated area in Italy. And that means, of course, factories, workplaces, exchanges with people abroad, with other countries, more people traveling. And when the pandemic broke out here, the regional and national government tried to avoid locking down this area, of course, in order to maintain its productivity, to maintain profits, and thus jeopardizing the industrial and healthcare workers and people in general, of course. Several industrial districts weren't locked down until the very end, and some weren't locked down at all. So with people continuing working and getting ill. Also, it is a very, very polluted area. and one of the worst air quality in the world, and that maybe contributed to the spread of the pandemic. Another reason for this geographical concentration of the COVID cases is the fact that public healthcare has been heavily cut for the past 30 years. From 2008 to today, more than 37 billion euros were taken from the Italian public healthcare system and poured largely into the pockets of those operating in the private sector. This obnoxious coexistence of public and private healthcare contributed to the chaos of the first response, and ultimately to the lack of intensive care units, to the lack of masks, PPE, etc. Lombardy has also a long history of corruption and bribes in the healthcare sector. So this is also a factor. Moreover, in another ingredient in this recipe for disaster is the complete and utter incompetence of regional authorities, which at first carried on as nothing happened, promoting social events, travels, workplace meetings, production. And then when the national lockdown was already in place, they took some really unbelievable measures, such as putting COVID positive patients in elderly homes. So that really contributed to the spread of the virus. A lot of people died in these elderly homes, and hospitals and nursing homes became really the epicenter of this terrible, terrible crisis. So, while it's true that we cannot control the spillover of viruses between species, although we contribute to it with the systemic destruction of the environment, we can choose how to deal with it and how we organize healthcare, research, social and economic relationships, of course. So the future in Italy is quite dire. Redundancy payments are in place only for certain workers. The others have not this opportunity with certain contracts. And the emergency income, which is merely 400 euros a month, is of course not enough to live. Another aspect which I would like particularly to stress is that this pandemic and the lockdown measures have hit women particularly hard. We've seen a rise in domestic violence, a steep rise in domestic violence, in femicides. And this terrible loss of income led to, of course, the loss of independence for many women. When lockdown was partially lifted on May the 4th, 72% of the people who returned to work were men. So this happens in a country where unemployment rates for women are really very high. They are very high. They are around 40% on average. And in the southern regions of Italy, this figure reaches 70%. So 70% of women in southern regions, for example, are unemployed normally. As you can see, the social costs of this pandemic are paid very heavily by, of course, workers and women, who are forced actually into the role of unpaid welfare workers. So what happened in Italy is really a blatant demonstration that capitalism is really a rotten system, and really directly caused the death of 1,000 people. So it's really out in the open for everyone to see. So this crisis is a class crisis. It's evident in the consequences of the pandemic, but is even more evident in the measures that the Italian government has taken. The vast majority of funds, public funds, of course, is poured into the pockets of businesses, factories, factory owners, great or small. And the workers are only really getting the crumbs of the master's table. One example of that is the cut of the IRAP, which is a local tax paid by productive activities, businesses, banks, financial institutions. And this tax is cancelled for the month of June. It's a 4 billion euros cut. And this tax was and is used to fund public healthcare. So they've taken away the money from public healthcare and they returned it to businesses and to the bosses. So it's really another contradiction of this rotten system. Another problem is that in Italy, union leaders and factory owner representatives are speaking the same language. So union leaders and factory owners representatives issued joint statements in a disgraceful national rhetoric by which, we are all in the same situation and we should pretend that we are all on the same side. Of course, it's not like that. The leader of the biggest trade union, CGIL, claimed that the state should give more money to businesses in order to, of course, preserve jobs. So it's a really complete role reversal. We've seen so much role reversals in this crisis. On May the 4th, when the lockdown was lifted, workers of all sectors returned to their workplaces without complaining, mostly, sacrificing themselves once again, their well-being, their security, since many workplaces, really a lot of workplaces, don't comply with COVID-19 safety regulations. So there have been some strikes and demonstrations in different industries and sectors, mainly logistics and the agricultural cooperatives. Also, precarious teachers went on strike. They went on a general strike in February because education is another hardly hit sector. Education has been really utterly neglected. Schools were closed at the end of February and never reopened. And really, we had no solutions for families, for teachers, and for pupils. Unfortunately, no nationwide wave of protest took place in Italy until today. So workers are really divided, are afraid to lose their income, of course. They are aware that they will be the ones who will repay all this public spending, and they will pay for the looming national crisis in the future. So both directly with redundancies, layoffs, worse working conditions, and indirectly with cuts to welfare, to healthcare, and to housing, education. So they will pay a double price. Trade unions did not really help in building a front to combat redundancies, job insecurity, the loss of rights. They did just the opposite. They were passive. They were totally siding with the class enemy. So small-scale independent unions, so linked to the left, of course, and very willing to fight, have managed to organize protests locally, but their struggles so far have remained isolated, although they are very, very important in key sectors, for example, logistics. but as of today, there's a unifying effort, but this has not reached a national massive wave. So in order to overcome this isolation, today in Italy, a national demonstration has taken place in several cities at the same time, organized by the Action Pact for an Anti-Capitalistic Front, which we as PCL support. Riders, gig economy workers, precarious teachers, logistics and tourism workers. So they went finally on the streets and demanded that this crisis should be paid by the capitalistic system and not by the workers. So we hope that this is only the beginning of a wave of workers' demonstrations, and we hope that the working class really starts to fight back massively. Our party in this made precise demands, and including a total blockage of redundancies and layoffs, of course, 100% payment of people for people who have lost their job, and for those who are unable to continue working. A massive funding of the healthcare system, of the public healthcare system. So the requisition and nationalization without compensation of private healthcare, because that's really a huge problem in Italy. They have privatized massively the public healthcare system, and the private sector didn't help in this pandemic. And we of course demand the requisition and nationalization of the pharmaceutical industry. And to do that, to carry out all these measures, we demand a heavy taxation for large estates and incomes. So to fund all these measures. So we firmly believe that this crisis should be paid by capitalists, so by bosses, and not by the workers. Of course, we hope that the demonstrations that took place today expand and take on a national character, a national scale. And so I hope I've given you a fair picture of the situation in Italy. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Comrade Aurelian.
Yes. Hello, everybody. Hi. It's an honor for me to intervene in your meeting. So as you know, the situation in France is very interesting for revolutionaries. The coronavirus crisis has revealed on a large scale the inequalities that stem from capitalism, and the risk that humankind is being put at by this system. In France, almost 30,000 people have died in a few months. The healthcare system, boasted to be one of the best in the world, crumbled in a few days. The most affected were older or high-risk people, but also workers, retail workers, healthcare workers, plant and factory workers, etc. The government has been completely discredited by their management of the pandemic. They gave contradictory orders, masks and tests were lacking, and they refused to slow down production to curb the spread of the virus. The anger of the population against the government is very high. We can understand this situation only if we remember that Before the stay-at-home orders, big class struggles happened in the country. The 13th September, the transport workers in Paris were on a powerful strike. After this strike, these workers decided to organize an indefinite strike from December 5. Quickly, other workers discussed to join this strike for a general strike from December 5. So the union leaders who refused to organize a struggle against the government had to call for a general strike this day. From December 5, the most powerful strike in transport since 1995 started. No trains, no subways, no buses. In other sectors, workers were on strike too, especially in education. Ties have been forged between different workers. During the Christmas and New Year celebrations, strikes continued. So many workers helped the bus drivers to block the bus depots. These actions were organized by assemblies bringing together workers of different sectors at city level. However, despite the policy we have pursued with anti-capitalism and revolution activists, these assemblies were not centralized at national level. So the union's bureaucratic leadership didn't organize the struggles and gave no perspectives for workers. In February, in high school, youth protested against baccalaureate reform of the schools. But despite the lack of perspective for the struggles, despite resuming work in transport, workers weren't demoralized. Unions leaders called for a new general strike 31st March. But the March 13, Macron announced school closings, and March 16th, he announced stay-at-home orders and a ban of demonstration. So the sanitary urgency took the place of the social urgency, and the class struggles seemed to have stopped. However, the struggles continued despite a ban of demonstration. In the French labor law, there is a right. It's the right of withdrawal, which allows a worker to step out the workplace if they are afraid for their safety without losing their pay. So many workers use this right and work out, especially in car industry and in the postal service. The union sued PTT, union in the postal service, claimed more than 10,000 workers used this right in March and April. Bruno Le Maire, the economy minister, called for the responsibility of the postal workers. Muriel Pénicaud, the the Ministry of Workers, explains the building industry was defeatist because the bosses of this industry stopped their activity. In the same time, police brutalities increased in the working class neighborhoods. In March and April, police killed 12 men in this neighborhood. April 19th, after a case of police brutalities against a young biker, riots broke out in the city of Gennevilliers, it's a city near Paris, and this riot spread quickly to other cities. But during the same period, the union bureaucratic leaders remained silent. No one organized the struggles against the government's catastrophic management of the crisis. Worse, at the National Assembly, the deputies of Communist Party and France Insoumise, the Mélenchon's party, they voted in favor of the plan of 300 billion euros for the capitalists. The bureaucratic leadership of the most important unions, the CGT, Force Ouvrière, the CFDT, they signed a common declaration with MEDEF, the organization of the French capitalists. And this declaration explains the central role of the social dialogue, that is, the negotiation with capitalists. April 14th, Macron announced the reopening of the schools. The aim wasn't to fight against difficulties and inequalities caused by the closure of the schools. Government wanted that children go back to school so their parents can go back to work. Many teachers and workers in education were very worried with the virus and the sanitary risks. So they protested, but the unions never organized a collective struggle to prevent this reopening while the virus was still very present. So, what was our policy during this period with the activists of anti-capitalism and revolution? Many activists denounced the government's negligence, the capitalist refusal to slow down the economy to prevent the spread of the virus. They explained the need to requisition companies to produce medical equipment, but in majority, few tried to organize the struggle and give a real perspective for the workers. But the stay-at-home orders didn't invalidate the common meetings organized during the strike in December and January. Even if governments and capitalists try to take advantage of the crisis to attack workers' rights, they know social hunger is still here. With comrades of anti-capitalism and revolution, we tried to organize collective campaigns to regroup the workers. In postal service, our comrades organize national virtual meetings with postal workers who used their right of withdrawal. In education, we organized national meetings against distance learning, which increases inequalities because many students have no computers or internet, and against the reopening of school during the pandemic. We organize meetings with we organize 2 meetings with workers of different sectors. These workers who organized the strike against the government in December and January. These virtual meetings made it possible to maintain collective organizational frameworks despite the stay-at-home orders. So today, you saw the demonstration for George Floyd and Adama Traoré. Adama Traoré is a young who was killed by police in 2016. And this demonstration regrouped 40,000 people in Paris, and many demonstrations were organized in other cities with 1,000 people. Today, many demonstrations were organized in different cities in the country. In the same times, demonstration against layoff plans in industry were organized, especially the car industry. For example, 1,000 people in the city of Maubeuge strikes in Choisy-le-Roi. These cities are industrial cities, and many demonstrations happen too in front of hospital to organize the support for the workers in the hospitals. This demonstration show that the anger against the government and capitalists is still here. But we need to organize the centralization of these struggles. So today, in the demonstration against racism and police brutalities, we must explain the link with anti-capitalist struggles and the fact that racism can only be combated if we fight capitalism. We explain the need to address the organized working class. We defend the need to regroup the struggles, and we defend a new day of general strike. Yes, I stop here. I hope I show a picture of the situation in France.
Thank you, comrade. Lisa.
So first, I want to share my warm greetings from Socialist Action USA to our comrades in Canada and around the world. Thank you for inviting us to participate in your event today. And I would urge everyone to check out our website, socialistaction.org. We have a couple webinars coming up this week, June 8th and the 11th, on COVID and police brutality. So last week, the death toll from COVID-19 in the US topped 100,000, which was a grim marker of the ravages of the disease across the wealthiest nation in the world. Many of the deaths are low-paid or part-time workers, often Black and Latino, who provide vital services to keep capitalism's warehouses, supermarkets, slaughterhouses, food processing plants, and fast food chains running as fast as possible. Other vulnerable sections of the population include assisted living and nursing home residents, who account for an appalling 42% of all COVID deaths in the US. The COVID Tracking Project, a volunteer-run organization, has been collecting data on COVID rates due to a lack of official data. As of today, only a tiny fraction of the US population has been tested for COVID-19, making any serious death toll figures impossible. There are no hard facts to accurately tell us the numbers of infected but asymptomatic people who are capable of spreading the disease. Without serious data on this critical matter, any notion of sending working people back to work would be sending them to their death, a prospect that is nevertheless being aggressively pushed forward by those who subordinate human life to capitalist profit. By now, it is abundantly clear that the pandemic is disproportionately affecting communities of color. In Milwaukee, Wisconsin, a city with a Black population of 25%, 67% of infected COVID-19 victims and 81% of COVID-19 deaths are Black people. But the data is woefully underreported, according to the COVID Tracking Project. However, in some places where racial data is being reported, like Michigan, Missouri, Wisconsin, and Kansas, Black people are dying at rates 3 to 5 times higher than the white population. In Minnesota, where the brutal killing of George Floyd by Minneapolis police has sparked protests that are now taking off around the world, Black people make up 6% of the population, with 29% of all known COVID cases. Across the US, people of color are more likely to live in densely populated urban areas because of racial segregation. They are more likely to suffer from chronic health conditions like diabetes and heart disease that make them vulnerable to COVID-19. And Black and brown people are 2 to 3 times more likely than whites to be uninsured.
Hello?
They're also the hardest hit economically by the pandemic. According to the US Bureau of Labor Statistics, African Americans are disproportionately likely to be doing what are deemed essential jobs, like working in the food industry, health services, and driving taxis or working in public transportation.
You're welcome.
All are victims of a system that has largely proved incapable of providing even the most modest but critical preventative tools like effective face masks to guard against infection and also test kits to detect the virus. These workers must make a choice between continuing to work to put food on the table for their families or quitting their jobs to protect their health. In many of these job sectors, there's an appalling lack of personal protective equipment. It has been widely reported that many hospital workers are forced to use the same mask the entire day or even longer. On May 1st, workers at Amazon, Target, Walmart, and Instacart walked off the job to protest dangerous working conditions and lack of protective gear. In New York City, the largest vector of the virus in the US, with almost 25% of the total deaths, the death rate among Metro Transit Authority workers has climbed to 3 times the combined rate of police and fire departments by early April. Despite having an emergency pandemic plan since 2012, Metro Transit Authority workers reported not receiving personal protective equipment for weeks and sanitation schedules not being followed. "We are not essential, we are sacrificial," said Sujatha Gilda, a New York City train conductor, in an op-ed piece in the New York Times. The COVID-19 pandemic has brutally revealed that the US economy was never in a healthy state, a system where the millionaires always win and the 99% mostly lose. Within weeks of the bailout, it has become clear that the promise of $1,200 for each worker may well be at least in part a fiction. The process of transferring the money to workers and families has been fraught with difficulty and delay. And now we learn that the very banks that have been assigned to distribute the sum have been allowed to first deduct various forms of debt. Not to mention that $1,200 is a pittance in an economy where many people pay more than that amount for 1 month's rent. Across the nation, communities have been organizing rent strikes to protest workers' inability to pay their rent and mortgages in the midst of the crisis. But many protections that were initially put in place for workers, such as a moratorium on evictions in many cities, are now being stripped away as the government pushes hard to reopen the economy. Another provision in the bailout legislation, supposedly aimed at helping small businesses, has meant that major banks like JP Morgan Chase have been able to circumvent application procedures. In a matter of days, the initial $348 billion meant to be allocated to small businesses instead went to major corporations. As reported by National Public Radio, overall, about 38% of small business owners who applied for government aid reported getting it. In contrast, only 12% of Black and Latino-owned businesses reported getting the aid they requested. Many of these businesses that operate in minority communities simply won't be able to make it through the economic depression we're now facing. Trump's widely touted pre-COVID 3.5% lowest unemployment rate in history has proven to be a terrible fraud. As of the end of May, over 38 million US workers had filed for unemployment benefits. Counting pandemic claims, over 19.5% of the US workforce has applied for or is receiving benefits. This number is gleaned from federal data, which omits reporting from some states entirely. Compare this number to the previous high of 7.9%, which occurred during the 1975 recession, and the peak of 4.8% during the Great Recession of 2008. While unemployment rates are woefully underreported, today's real jobless rate is closer to the worst years of the Great Depression, when half of the workforce was either totally unemployed or working part-time jobs at less than poverty wages. Nobel Prize-winning economist Joseph Stiglitz stated, "We built an economy with no shock absorbers. A lot of the people in the economy are living at the edge, and you have an event like this that pushes them over. And we are unique in the advanced world in having people at the edge without a safety net below them." This absence of a safety net is no accident. It is a product of massive cuts over the past decades in hospital and healthcare spending, coupled with a largely privatized healthcare system based on employment at corporations that press for reduced benefits. It is no coincidence that the US, the richest nation on earth, ranks first in the world in terms of COVID-19 infections, hospitalizations, and deaths. At the same time, Trump recently announced that the US would be terminating its relationship with the World Health Organization over its response to the pandemic. Meanwhile, the pandemic has also ravaged the racist prison system in the US. Nationwide, over 25,000 prisoners have tested positive for COVID-19. The true scope of the crisis is unknown given lack of testing, opaque reporting, and a lack of data in county jails. The state of California recently released 3,500 prisoners early due to the crisis, but this is woefully inadequate to address the spread of COVID-19 in a system that is crowded with nonviolent offenders, often picked up on trumped-up drug charges. As reported in The Guardian, some prisoners sick with coronavirus have complained that they aren't getting enough food and water while quarantined. They don't have access to doctors, temperature checks, basic medicine, phone calls, regular showers, outdoor time, or sanitary supplies. They have also reported being reprimanded for wearing face coverings or trying to clean their cells. Similarly, COVID-19 is also spreading in immigrant detention centers, which house undocumented immigrants who are picked up by ICE and are waiting to be deported. Many of these detention centers have abysmal health and safety records. Carlos Ernesto Escobar Mejia, housed at the for-profit Otay Mesa Detention Center in California, was the first detainee to die of COVID in the US. He had lived in the US for 40 years. Because people in ICE custody are held in civil rather than criminal charges, they could be released at any time. But over 26,000 people are still being held at Otay Mesa. Instead of wide-scale releases, ICE has adopted a policy of crowding people suspected of having COVID-19 into designated areas and waiting to see if they get better or worse. Inmates in the facility reported requesting help from Mr. Escobar Mejia many times without success. They were living on bologna sandwiches and crackers, the only food they were given for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And he was only given ibuprofen for his symptoms. In Sherburne County, Minnesota, ICE detainees have now launched a hunger strike to protest the deplorable conditions. Meanwhile, thousands of Black and immigrant workers in meatpacking plants in the US were getting sick. Trump issued an executive order to force those plants to stay open. Despite all the dangers and the increasing not falling rates of COVID infections around the US, the government is now pushing hard to reopen the economy and send workers back to their jobs. Profits are in a severe free fall not seen since the 1929 Great Depression. Accordingly, the back to work imperative being pushed by the ruling class and its political parties offers both a so-called scientific rationale as well as an economic bludgeon. On the one hand, there's virtual unanimity in the scientific community that any premature generalized return to work today can only increase death rates. On the other hand, U.S. workers are being beaten back to work by the termination of the government's token and short-term relief measures and the soon-to-expire extension of unemployment benefits. It's not a question of if the second wave will hit, but when. Nevertheless, we can fully expect that yesterday's passivity will give way to massive working-class fightbacks, fully capable of shaking the system's very foundations. Unprecedented millions are today aware that they are not isolated individuals who must suffer demoralizing fates. Predatory capitalism is being daily exposed in all its horrors, inequalities, injustices, and greed as never before. The problem, as a new generation is rapidly coming to understand, is the capitalist system itself. It cannot be reformed. The ruling 1% who own and control the wealth of the nation and its means of production must be replaced by the democratic rule of the vast majority. The working class in all its magnificent manifestations. Its workers of all colors, origins, and ages. Its oppressed nationalities, its immigrants, its women, its LGBTQI people. In short, the vast majority who produce the nation's wealth, yet are excluded from directly and democratically deciding on how it should be allocated. Today, we are seeing not just the US, but the world rocked by the largest protest scene in decades in response to the brutal police lynching of George Floyd, an unarmed Black man in broad daylight. In response, the working class has poured into the streets in the millions, despite being in the middle of the worst pandemic in the last 100 years. I live in Minneapolis, just a few blocks from the 3rd Precinct police station, which was burned by protesters last week as the world watched. Minneapolis is now in its 12th day of protests, which have spread across hundreds of cities in all 50 states in the US, as well as around the world. Black and brown communities, which have been most heavily affected by the pandemic, are now in the streets, exercising their class power to not only demand justice for George, but that the corrupt police system built to repress the working class and protect the property of the ruling elite be reformed or abolished. The class consciousness is being collectively raised, and people are coming together now to organize in the streets for real, meaningful change. In my community, people have donated thousands of bags of groceries and millions of dollars to help people and businesses affected by the looting that occurred early on in the protests. Last week, community activists commandeered a Minneapolis hotel to house homeless people who were living in tents in areas that were burning. They're now staffing the hotel with medical personnel, arranging for basic needs like laundry and food, and helping the people housed there find permanent housing. This is the spirit of the working class in action. We will inevitably see more of this in the coming months. We must do all we can to fully support and engage in working class community movements that are fighting for a better world for everyone.
Thank you, comrade. Thank you. Daniel?
Yes, I just want to start by thanking all the panelists. Just the remarks so far have been amazing, and I'm really looking forward to the discussion and all the questions we receive from our comrades watching around the world. So welcome everybody. I'm Daniel, and I'm here not to talk about COVID-19 today. I'm here to talk about the history of viruses and how it intersects with capitalism. Because if we get too hung up on COVID-19, some people might be tempted to say that this is an aberration, that this is just a one-off event. Maybe we got caught unaware. But if you look at the history, or in what I'll be talking about the last 250 years, you'll see that capitalism can be thought of as the virus because it prompts so many pandemics and other widespread health effects that disproportionately kill the working class. And not only the working class, but the most marginalized people within the working class. So in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, socialists insist that capitalism is the virus. This phrase is not just a casual flipping of the script or whataboutism. Popular discourse surrounding virology or epidemiology simply accounts for capitalist rhetoric. Neoliberals apply concepts of natural selection and survival of the fittest to viruses, to humans, to businesses, to ideas, and to our capitalist economy. By picking at these threads, the slogan, capitalism is the virus, becomes more analytical. Simultaneously, we can critique capitalism by highlighting how the material conditions it fosters prompts pandemics and how the solution is socialism. So throughout history, viruses and bacteria and parasites like tuberculosis, malaria, pneumonia, smallpox, polio, measles, you get the idea. They've killed more people than anything else. It is only a recent phenomena, last 50 to 100 years, that chronic diseases like cancer and heart disease killed more people than infectious diseases. And this is particularly seen in the so-called global north, where life expectancy has soared from around 50 years of age to 80 years of age in that same time period. This dramatic shift is commonly attributed to scientific and technological advances, like the discovery of antibiotics, which entered clinical practice first in 1942, and as well the widespread vaccination programs that were introduced in the 1800s throughout the 1900s. By extension, these advances are credited to capitalism, the free market of ideas, and competition between corporations for profit. Although this is a tempting hypothesis, this relationship is not borne out in the data at hand. For example, mortality due to tuberculosis had already declined 90% from its peak in the mid-1800s before effective antibiotics entered clinical usage in the mid-1900s. Measles killed fewer and fewer people despite no change in incidence level before an effective vaccine in the 1960s caused a number of cases to plummet. So what was the cause of the decrease in infectious disease mortality in the years leading up to effective treatments and vaccines? Thomas McEwen, epidemiologist and historian of medicine, put forth a thesis in the 1960s that argued that increases in population seen in the 1800s resulted not from an increase in birth rate, but a decrease in mortality rate due to increases in nutrition, due to improving economic conditions. And this idea, really kind of controversial at the time, has gained a lot of traction since. So then the question is, what brought about that improved nutrition? The Industrial Revolution in Europe and North America was definitely necessary. It was associated with more efficient agriculture and increased the wealth generation, but it was not sufficient. The first wave of the Industrial Revolution in the mid-1700s no doubt increased wealth for the ruling class in the global north, as fueled by slavery and colonization of the so-called global south. But for the working class of the global north, the Industrial Revolution just produced and crowded the impoverished cities that spread tuberculosis like wildfire. It took at least 50 years before the working class gained any significant increases in wages and living conditions. Why did wages suddenly increase? It is not a law of capitalism that real wages for the working class increase over time, even if profits are increasing. It's actually the opposite. As rates of profit fall due to competition between corporations, workers are the ones that suffer. They get squeezed one way or another, either by outsourcing, automation, slashed or stagnating wages, layoffs, slashed benefits, etc. Instead, what workers did was organize unions. They fought for better wages, safer working conditions, and more democratic control, and they won many of these struggles. Mass organization, general strikes, and militancy redistributed some of the massive wealth accumulated in the early capitalist system. And this resultant improvement in the proletarian living conditions is what fostered resilience to pestilence and increased life expectancy. So today, this connection between poverty and mortality has become embedded in medical school curricula as the social determinants of health. It really is now a well-characterized phenomena. But the relentless austerity endemic in the capitalist system we all live in, which is necessary to combat declines in the rate of profit and keep the capitalist machine moving along, is also what promotes and maintains the poverty and malnutrition that makes people susceptible to both infectious and chronic diseases, including COVID-19. This is not the only way capitalism is a virus. The profit motive led companies to bury internal studies linking a diet high in sugar with diabetes, or smoking cigarettes with lung cancer, and industrial carcinogens with multiple forms of cancer. Instead, they funded corporate think tank groups and industry groups, which obfuscated and lobbied against regulation. In this way, the pandemics of lung cancer and mesothelioma and other environmentally linked cancers can be contributed to the virus of capitalism. They could have been largely mitigated if the profit motive did not enter into the equation. Similarly, and I want to spend a bit of time on this, the most pressing emergency today in the world of microbiology, arguably even a bigger concern than COVID-19, is antibacterial resistance. And this springs directly from the bowels of capitalism. Although a redistribution of wealth decreased mortality from bacterial infection before antibiotics were discovered by scientists, the new medications did save lives. I'm not arguing that antibiotics or vaccines are useless. It's just a great complement to the wealth in society, making sure that people have enough food to eat and healthy food to eat and enough time to sleep, etc. They can go together very well. But pharmaceutical companies did not treat antibiotics in this way. They saw it as something that could be used for profit. So instead, they fought quickly for patents, and they aggressively marketed antibiotics, even for applications that are useless. This essential medicine could be found in toothpaste and gum and lipstick. Pharmaceutical companies lobbied doctors to prescribe their antibiotic rather than a competitor's antibiotic, even though the antibiotics worked in the same way. Worse, antibiotics became entrenched in industrial agricultural practices, where they are still used today as additive for animal feed to promote animal growth. This unnecessary use of antibiotics, which is driven by profit, has selected for resistant microbes that do not respond, do not get killed by any of the antibiotics we have at our disposal. And at this point in history, today, antibacterial resistance kills an estimated 700,000 people a year, which is more than COVID has killed so far this year. If we do nothing to address this crisis, it is predicted that resistant microbes will kill 10 million people annually, 400,000 people a year in Canada by the year 2050. So while humanity suffers, is Big Pharma redoubling efforts to save us? Nope. Despite the pressing danger of antimicrobial resistance, company after company is shuttering their antimicrobial pipeline. Only 4 of the top 50 pharmaceutical companies by sales operate an active antimicrobial drug discovery pipeline. Why is this? It's just not profitable for them. Short courses of antibiotics for acute infections and the development of vaccines for unpredictable viral outbreaks are just not as profitable as lifetime treatments for chronic diseases like diabetes or heart disease. So even though we have pretty good medications for cholesterol, companies would rather compete with each other for a new cholesterol medication that might not be better, but at least it has a new patent, so they have more control, rather than invest any of their money, some of which comes from the government, and a lot of the science is coming from the public sector, to try and find new antibiotics that we so desperately need. This is not a conspiracy. These companies are super open about it because they have to rationalize their decisions to the shareholders, who are the only people that matter to them. So it is a rule of capitalism that short-term profits are better than long-term losses. There's no purifying selection in capitalism that roots out companies that place human survival at peril. It's actually the opposite. More profit is to be had from slashing workers' benefits, selling antibiotics for animal feed, funding disinformation groups, lobbying to overturn environmental regulations, selling addictive and harmful products, and that list goes on and on. In the pharmaceutical industry, the bigger a company gets, the less it spends on research and development, and the more it spends on lobbying. That's how they increase profit, not by actually developing or inventing something new, but just by fighting for more control. So the profit motive is also what rules the carbon sector, which is why catastrophic climate change is driving humanity to the brink of extinction. This too can be thought of as a virus. It's very short-sighted. This is why life expectancy in the US is also now decreasing. The gains of past working class struggles are being erased. So what's the solution? Socialism. Just like mass mobilization led to real material gains for the working class in the 1800s, which directly led to improved nutrition and less death due to pestilence and viruses, it is time to rise up around the world again and reclaim our industries and put them to work for us, not the capitalists who leech off of social production. So all the previous panelists discussed this. In Italy, in France, in America, around the world, people are rising up for one reason or another. We've seen mass climate strikes back in September. We've seen massive anti-war demonstrations in January when America was on the precipice of another war in the Middle East. And we now see strikes and protests regarding police brutality. And we are even seeing strikes regarding the government's mismanaging of a pandemic that is killing working class people. But we also need to learn from the shortcomings of past movements. History teaches us that simply relying on legislation or on reform of the capitalist system results only in temporary wins. And these wins are going to be restricted by borders, and they maintain the colonial and capitalist state responsible for global poverty and its pandemics. In capitalist society, the ruling class controls the means of production. But what they lack is a superiority in numbers. That's what the working class has at their disposal. And that's why they need to be one leading the revolution for a change in society and a change into a society that will work for all of us. Workers are the ones that make society run. They're the ones that should run society. That is why social action is very active in the unions through the workers' action movement. They fight to elect militant leaders who will actually respond to the crises of the working class rather than trying to compromise with the bosses, rather than standing and phoning class solidarity with the bosses. That is why Socialist Action in Canada works with the only Labour Party in Canada, the NDP, the New Democratic Party. Is this because we think the NDP are great, and if they were elected to a majority government in Canada, all our problems would be solved? No, obviously not. They also are a capitalist reformist party. But it is in the NDP that you'll find the most advanced workers, the workers that themselves can become leaders in the streets and in the unions and push the NDP to the left. The final victories of a revolution won't be won by any capitalist party, even if the capitalist party has a socialist caucus within it. But once class consciousness rises to a sufficient level, that is when a vanguard party can strive for power to enact that transition from capitalism to socialism. That is why the leaders of the working class people need to have clear transitional demands, like Socialist Action does regarding eco-socialism and all the other catastrophes you see in the world. It is now the time to mobilize masses with the vision of workers' control and workers' democracy in mind, for workers of the world to unite. When the moment comes, and who knows, maybe we're there, there's so many capitalist catastrophes on the horizon. That is when people take to the streets, and we need leadership. We must seek to elevate the working class to the role of rulers of society. It is absurd to expect capitalists to play politely, to put the interests of the vast majority first. They've never done this in the past, and they never will. We must have no illusions in phony class alliance with them. Capitalism is the virus. We must inoculate ourselves against corporate propaganda and wipe this system of exploitation and oppression off the face of the earth. At that point, I'm done. I'll turn it back over to Elizabeth and Kurt to see if we have any questions for the panel. I thank everybody who listened. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, comrade. Yes, we do have some questions, which I will turn over to Kurt in a moment. But I know there's a lot of people watching, and remember, you can't all write your questions at once. We need them sort of ahead of time so that Kurt can read them out for our panelists. So please, if you've got questions, now is the time to send them in. But in the meantime, we do have some, and I will give each speaker up to 5 minutes to answer one question or all of them. It's their choice. And the lineup that we will do it is that Aurelian will be first, then Lisa, then Michaela, and then Daniel, okay, to answer questions. So now I will turn it over to Kurt, and you each have up to 5 minutes. Kurt?
All right. So the first question comes from Ellen Ramsey. The COVID crisis is being used as a tool of economic repression by the bosses to transfer money from the public sector to the private sector. What are the best tools we can use to fight back? Julius asks, Can the panelists comment on any concessions being made by the ruling class in response to worker unrest due to the capitalist crisis, be it the pandemic, environmental, racist, police, etc.? John Orrit says, should socialists be worried about advanced personal data collections and personal global positioning methods that are being used more than ever during this pandemic? And Peter DeGama states, the impact of the coronavirus has been felt by migrant workers in the food supply and chain particularly. That's everyone for the moment.
Okay, Aurelian, Lisa, Michaela, and Daniel.
Yes. Yes. Thank you for the questions. I hope that we can answer to these questions. For the first question about the transformations in the public sector, it is very interesting because in France we see that in the sector of education, the government tries to take advantage of the crisis and of the fact of schools were closed during 3 months, and the teachers must use social learning, distance learning, and our minister tried to use this to install social learning for the future, and this social learning is a private learning, not a public learning. About the other questions, I think it's very interesting because we see that the virus killed workers of in retail workers, plant and factory workers, and especially workers in food factories in France. It's so.
Okay. Are we still on? Is there a technical problem, Kurt?
No, who's the next speaker?
Okay, I didn't know he was finished. Okay, so the next speaker is Lisa. I didn't realize the comrade was finished.
Yeah, so thanks for the questions. I'm going to try to touch briefly on a few of these. In terms of COVID and the transfer of wealth from, I think, the public to the private sector, this is a really interesting point. I just read an article the other day, and I think it said that the top billionaires, not millionaires, but billionaires in the United States have gotten richer by over $500 billion during the pandemic. And that's just shocking. So what are the best ways to fight back? I think that what's really important about the pandemic is that it's raising the consciousness and the political awareness of people, working class people all around the United States. So we need to continue to organize, whether that's online or in the streets, and especially if people are part of labor unions, or even we've seen workers that don't have any type of union, like people who work for Instacart or going out, or Amazon, or going out on strike. So I hope that kind of fight back will continue. In terms of concessions that the ruling class is making to protests and social organizing, I'll touch a little bit on the police brutality protests that have happened in response to the murder of George Floyd. Since I live in Minneapolis, I've been following that very, very closely. I will say that, so like one thing that's happened here in Minneapolis is that a lot of community organizations like the Minneapolis School District, the Minneapolis Park System, a couple of really prominent businesses or art centers have all terminated their contracts with the Minneapolis Police Department, saying that they're no longer going to use them for security. And the city council voted yesterday, they're going to ban chokeholds and then require police officers to report any excessive use of force immediately to their superiors. I don't know how effective that's going to be because that's relying on a corrupt police force to rat out their own police officer. But it seems like some things are starting to happen, and we'll have to see what comes out of that. My fear is that we're going to see the protests and the anger and the outrage that people have been pouring into the streets are going to be directed towards these kind of reformist measures rather than seeing some sort of real meaningful change. But the city council has announced that they're discussing disbanding the police department in Minneapolis and replacing some of the officers with mental health workers or social workers. And they've also now charged all 4 of the officers, and they've upgraded the charge of Derek Chauvin to second-degree murder. So that definitely would not have happened without all the pressure that people in the streets have been putting on those in power. The third question I wanted to touch on briefly was the question about the food chain and how the coronavirus has impacted the food chain. That's also a very important question. I have worked for many years in the immigrant rights movement, so that's something that's really important to me. And you're absolutely right that immigrants, and especially undocumented immigrants in the United States, are some of the communities that are most deeply impacted by the coronavirus. A lot of undocumented immigrants are very unlikely to have any kind of health insurance. A lot of them use emergency rooms when they need health care. Here in the US, they don't have access to even the most basic health care at a clinic. And we've heard lots of reports that immigrants who work in the fields, in the big agricultural areas like in California, and also we have a lot of really large meatpacking processing plants in the Midwest. And basically the ruling class, the bosses, they wanted those people to keep working as quickly as possible. Trump even issued an executive order saying that the meatpacking plants couldn't close. But at the same time, there are thousands of workers in those food industries that are getting sick. And at the same time, we're seeing food producers and farmers are throwing away literally tons of food that they can't sell right now because of the coronavirus. So there's a very big dichotomy there. But definitely, I would say that the undocumented immigrant population in the US is one of the most vulnerable populations in terms of being exploited in the workplace, being impacted by the coronavirus. I'll end it there.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. Daniel? Go ahead, Daniel.
Okay, so I will first talk about this transfer of of wealth to the private sector.
Can I have your attention, please?
As brought up. So,
like with your phone down.
But,
is someone speaking on the?
On your call, and I wanted to address it.
Can you come over here and do it, please?
Sorry. Okay. So in Ontario, at least now there's some plans for the privatization of long-term care facilities, which is absolutely ludicrous because it's in the long-term care facilities that you've had absolutely like the worst outbreaks and the most deaths. More than half of all deaths in Ontario are coming in long-term care facilities. So to privatize is obviously going the wrong direction. Instead, socialists claim or argue and demand that all long-term care facilities, and again, anything that's necessary for human life, be brought under social democratic control rather than privatized and put at the mercy of profit. But nonetheless, this is an opportunity. In Alberta, you had a member of parliament, of the provincial parliament, say that now's a great time to build a pipeline because you can't protest. So until recently, with obviously the very acute police brutality we've been seeing in the States and in Canada, people have now started to defy, in a fairly responsible manner, the calls to stay at home. You have massive protests that are fairly distanced and with the most masks I've ever seen. I ride the subway sometimes when I go to work at the grocery store. There are fewer masks as a proportion in the subway or in the stores than there are at these protests. And the leaders are very responsible. In Toronto, the protest that happened last Saturday, they asked people to self-isolate as long as possible after the protest to prevent the spread of COVID that may have come about from contact at the march. So again, when it's people in the community fighting for their needs, they put their needs first. They're not going to spite themselves in causing a second outbreak that hurts them the most. So I think this might put the capitalists on their toes a bit because they maybe saw this as an opportunity for some time to really transfer that wealth over. In Toronto, there was a huge cut to social services because our mayor, John Tory, said due to increased spending due to COVID and due to a lack of, like, let's say our public transit system has been bringing in a lot less money, we're going to have to either raise property taxes or cut social services. And he chose to cut social services, including a lot of healthcare related things and a lot of public transit related things. So instead of more subways, so people can be more spaced apart when they go back to their work, and we're starting to reopen in Toronto now, there's going to be fewer subways, fewer buses, so people are going to be more crowded, which is just crazy. They're cutting transit for people that are in wheelchairs, which is again crazy. How are these people meant to go about in the city now? And bringing it back to some of the police brutality protests, there's actually a way to solve both of these problems at once. People in Toronto now are demanding that instead of cutting social services, defund the police, don't cut any social services, and you will have accomplished two great things for the workers of Toronto. There'll be less militant police fining and ticketing poor people and tearing down encampments of homeless people and just intimidating people and harassing people. And instead, you'll have the better social safety net that prevents crime in the first place. Lisa mentioned or discussed the migrant workers question. Well, John's question about GPS, obviously we need to be worried. My opinion on technology is that technology is generally neutral, but it depends on who's controlling it. And in this case, it's obviously providing some good in some cases. In South Korea, they're using these apps to track outbreaks. And as a result, they've never had to close down because they're able to just isolate the people that are needed rather than isolating everybody in society at once. But the drawback for working class people, especially activists, is now they can be very specifically policed. They can uncover entire networks of people that could be planning great things for the working class, but that are obviously seen by the state as a threat, and they can be clamped down in secret. They can be targeted at protests. So that's obviously something we need to be worried about. Ever since Snowden, like, if you're an activist and you're not worried about this, you should be. I think I'll leave it there. There's a question about concessions by the ruling class, and there haven't been too many, I think. There's just the bare minimum to prevent people from literally starving in their homes while they're staying at homes. In Ontario and Canada, there's not much. $2,000 a month if you're no longer working. I wouldn't call that a concession. That is just like kneeling with the police chiefs at these marches and protests and riots. It's an attempt to deflect. It's an attempt to save the system. That's the same thing with the Green New Deal. Even though we advocate for a Green New Deal, it doesn't go far enough. And all these things are meant to save the system and reform it. Just slap some band-aids on it rather than replace it, which is what we need. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Yes, and before we move on to the next round of questions, I would like to say, besides the panelists, of course, it's from France, Italy, America, and Canada, and Jamaica. We have people listening and watching from New York City, from San Francisco, from Montreal, from Victoria, Canada, from Vancouver, from Costa Rica, and Ireland. So we've got them from a lot of places. Okay, Kurt, back to you for questions. And the
Michelle
question,
hasn't spoken yet.
pardon?
Michelle hasn't spoken yet.
Oh, I'm sorry, Michaela. I'm sorry.
Don't worry.
I apologize, sister.
Don't worry. Well, I wanted to link the two questions together, the one about immigrant workers and the one about, public funding and public concessions to workers, which I agree, they haven't been much. I mean, in Italy, many people have gone for months without any salary. So the concessions made were really poor, and of course not enough. What can be made? So in Italy, unfortunately, the situation is quite difficult, because as I listened to my fellow speakers here today, I realize we are really in a very negative phase as far as class conscience is concerned. So the phase here in Italy is going, unfortunately, down, not up. And so the level of class conscience is really low. We come from a long line of defeats for workers. They've stripped every right away from us. One of the last of this defeat was the passing of the Salvini laws. So when Salvini, the leader of Lega Nord, a right-wing party, was at government, he passed a couple of regulations that increased penalties for those who protest. So actually it makes really difficult to carry out you would call it normal trade union activities, So he really greatly restricted social liberties and made several forms of struggle almost impossible. So picketing, warehouse blockage, everything now is heavily punished, and you can go to jail for that. So first we have to overthrow these laws, and we have to overthrow them by regaining social conscience and protesting. So making all those things, factory occupations, warehouse blockage, everything, we must do that. So that's the first thing that comes to my mind when I think about a solution. So resume the struggle and overthrow these legislations. That links to the second question, immigrant workers. In Italy, we have witnessed a very sad show, because the government actually legalized undocumented workers, because of course we had a shortage of workforce in the fields. So in the southern part of Italy, where most of our agricultural products are produced, they simply had no workers because of the borders blocking for COVID-19, which prevented many immigrants to come here and be exploited in our fields. So this legalization of undocumented workers, immigrant workers, was really hypocritical, because from one side it is temporary. So they didn't get the status of Italian citizen. They didn't get They didn't get to be fully legal, but they just get to be legal from the time in which they are to be exploited. So that's really telling of our situation, because we've seen that the industries in which most struggles took place and are taking place are logistics, agricultural fields, all sectors which which are heavily dominated by immigrant workers. So we have a strong presence of immigrant workers there, and those workers are very, very willing to fight. So the fact that the government was almost forced to legalize workers is telling us that from on one hand it is necessary to have the workforce in the fields for capitalists to be exploited, but on the other hand they just legalize them for a short time because they are afraid that these workers are organizing and are moving forward. They have a high class conscience and they contribute to the struggles a lot. And so I hope that this virus can be seen as an opportunity to escalate this conflict and uniting immigrant workers and proletarian workers all together in order to overthrow this economical system. So I believe that both problems have the same solution, which is, of course, overthrowing capitalism and not reforming it, and not because we've seen that even in these difficult times, all the concessions are made only by the short period of time in which the capitalists exploit us. So no advancement can come from that. I believe I have nothing else to say for now.
Okay, thank you, comrade. Okay, I'm going to turn it back to Kurt now for our last round of questions. And once again, the panelists will have up to 5 minutes to answer one or all of them. And the lineup will be Lisa, Daniel, Michaela, and Aurelian.
Okay, so we have quite a lot of questions, and so to be fair, I'm going to actually ask all of them that were posted. So I'm going to start with Aningu Node. He's got a weird name or handle. So he asks, who is this young man and how can I contact him? And he says his name is Ian Bell from Montreal. So he's speaking of you, Daniel. Mark Lister asks or states, police are enforcing repression by the capital class. What type of institution should take its place and what should be their role? Peter asks, can you speak on workers in meatpacking plants and farm workers best addressed by Lisa? And Marty Goodman asks, what is happening in France to defend pensions? Barry Weisletter asks, a top demand of protest today is defund the police. Police chiefs who take a knee are trying to deflect anger. Is self-defense of workers and oppressed becoming a tangible demand? Chad Brazier asks, or Brazier, also, can you speak about how it was that France's socialist-tinged political system has managed to avoid the mass layoffs we've seen in other advanced capitalist countries? Max Irwinful asks, citizens' rights for all, or states citizens' rights for all immigrants, Peter DeGamma asks, are more permanent universal basic income being considered as a solution to economic crisis that continues during this pandemic? And our final question will be from Barry Weisletter. While most government money is going to big business and the banks, emergency funds are going to unemployed, to students and seniors. Childcare is offered to essential workers. Vacant hotel rooms to homeless folks. Funds for food banks, rent freeze, etc. Not enough, but we refuse to go backwards. That was more of a statement than a question. I know those are a lot of questions and you won't have the ability to answer all of them, but please do your best. Thank you.
Yes, panelists, you can zero in on the ones that best maybe suit you or the ones that was addressed to you. And you have the speed of time. You know, you have up to 5-6 minutes tops to. You're up, Lisa.
Okay, well, I'll do my best to try to address some of the things that were brought up and kind of connect some of them together and hopefully that way. I think someone asked a question about a basic income. I don't know who that was directed to, But here in the United States, that is definitely not going to happen. I'm a social worker. That's what I do for my work. And I work with people who are disabled and they live on Social Security, but they get about $750 a month in Social Security. So that's the kind of basic income that we're guaranteeing to people who are disabled and can't work right now. The stimulus payment that was given out to people in the US, a lot of people still haven't gotten that payment. It was $1,200 a person, and then there was an extra $500 added on that for if you had children. But it was basically a joke. Like, most people pay more than that for their rent. So there were a lot of concessions that have been made due to the coronavirus. For example, in the city where I live, there was a moratorium put on evictions. However, they announced, I think even before they ended the stay-at-home order, a few days before, they announced that they were reversing the moratorium on evictions. So all of these things that they're giving people can be easily taken away unless people continue to go out in the street and protest and push back against that. I'm going to try to combine a little bit the questions on the demand to defund the police. And then I think there was a question about what can replace the police force. Those are both very good questions. So yeah, there's a march happening this afternoon in Minneapolis with the main demand of defund the police. That's definitely a demand that's going around here in the US and in Minneapolis. And the city council did announce that they were thinking about disbanding the police force and replacing it with more social workers or mental health workers. So a lot of the crisis calls that police officers respond to are people who are having maybe a domestic violence issue or a mental health crisis. And so instead of sending out police officers on those calls, they would be sending out a social worker or someone who's trained to respond to mental health. So that's like one idea that's being floated around. But there have also been movements in the US for a while to abolish the police, not the police, but the prison system, which is extremely racist, as everyone knows, or to abolish the detention system that we use to house undocumented immigrants who are waiting to be deported. And a lot of people have been pushing for prisoners to be released during the coronavirus, but that's happened on a very limited scale. So I think in a socialist society, of course, we need to keep people safe, but it would be up to us to decide, the workers, how we're going to do that. So just a few examples of things that are happening in Minneapolis right now. So definitely self-defense of workers and the right of oppressed people. It is definitely a demand that's going around, that workers and people in our community, we have the right to defend ourselves. And a lot of the protesters are really trying to show that we're not the ones who are looting and burning our own city. That doesn't make sense. So just an example of a few things that are happening right now. So I live just very close to Lake Street, where a lot of the heavy protesting, the damage, and the confrontations with police were happening. And for the last week and a half or 2 weeks, my neighborhood has been holding nightly meetings at a park near my house, and all the neighbors meet. And people have been patrolling the alleyways during the night. We're all keeping out an eye on each other, and people are really like patrolling their own neighborhoods right now. People are organizing daily food and basic supply donations because we don't have any grocery stores left in our neighborhood or pharmacies. So people are organizing in churches and all over to give away free supplies to anyone who needs them. And, you know, I went out last Sunday to look at my neighborhood and see what had happened. And I went out with some garbage bags to help clean up. And there was nothing left to clean up because hundreds of people had already gone out and cleaned up the streets and the debris and everything that was a result of what had been going on. I've actually never seen my neighborhood this clean, like, ever since I've lived here. And I've lived here a long time. So I think there's a lot of that solidarity coming together. People are not waiting for government officials to step in and solve our problems. People in neighborhoods across Minneapolis right now are stepping up to solve our own problems and take care of people in our community.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. Daniel?
Yeah, hi. So to the question about who I am and how to contact me, I'm Daniel. Hi, Daniel Terade. You can contact me a few ways. If you just go on the socialistactioncanada website, you'll find contact for our group's email. If you email there asking for me, someone will forward that to me. But I also commented in the chat box my personal website, and you can find my email on there as well. So whatever it is you want to chat about, that's what I like to do most. So regarding the question of defunding the police, that's become definitely more mainstream. You see op-eds in major newspapers on the topic. And the big question I think a lot of people are asking is, yes, the police suck, they're racist, they're violent, but we need something. Like, who do you call if someone stole something from you? Who do you call if someone is mugging you or you're just mugged? And that's something that we need to really flesh out. But the idea of self-defense amongst workers, community policing, the Black Panthers did this a lot back in the day because their neighborhoods, the biggest threat was the police. So they exercised their right to bear arms. They patrolled the neighborhoods, just like Lisa was mentioning right now in Minneapolis, to make sure it was safe. And that's when you actually saw some of the more strict gun control laws, even with Republicans, because it wasn't ever about owning weapons to protect the working class. It was kind of a wedge issue to keep people divided amongst the working class. So self-defensive workers, I think that's becoming very much on the table, to be able to form our own institutions. And we don't need to wait for the police to be defunded. We can form them in parallel, and especially in neighborhoods where people are really being brutalized by police, give them that option and start building up our communities from within. Just like Lisa mentioned, not wait for the government to solve our problems or to make it worse, but as workers who already make society run, to run our own societies within it. In Canada, actually, we have a lot of police brutality. I think it's a very neoliberal idea in the States to think that Canada is some utopia and that if we find a politician like our politicians, you'll be fine. But we have our own brutality as well. But very commonly here, it's actually during wellness checks. It happened in Toronto last week with a Black woman, Regis Korchinski-Parquet. It just happened a few days ago with an Indigenous woman in New Brunswick, I believe, again, shot by police during wellness check. So again, the idea is, yeah, maybe have mental health professionals go out with police, or communities could do their own system. Just like you have pro bono lawyers that take human rights cases, perhaps we'll start seeing mental health professionals start offering their own crisis services, not just crisis lines, but that alternative to a very dangerous encounter with the police. I agree, full citizen rights for all landed migrants, of course. They contribute to our society. Even if they didn't, doesn't matter. They're in a very vulnerable position when they don't have citizenship here. They don't have the same access to health resources. They don't have the same access to social resources. They're always afraid of being deported. So they can be even more so than others, exploited by their capitalist rulers. Emergency fund for workers, yeah, don't go back. But I just want to highlight here, if I can then, in Ontario, you see the divide and conquer strategy amongst the working class in full light. So Trudeau really delayed outlining benefits for essential workers who are still working. There's benefits for people that are temporarily laid off, but there are also people that are still working who are risking their lives to do so. He eventually punted that to the individual provincial governments to decide how to allocate that. And in Ontario, with our conservative Ford government, they have a list of essential workers that are more essential than other essential workers. It's very Animal Farmian. So if you're a medical worker, you work in the healthcare industry, you're getting a top-up, a boost to your salary if you're working as an essential worker. And this includes auxiliary workers as well, custodial staff. And that's great. And that should not go back. Those boosts, especially because a lot of this is public workers, and the minimum wage should be higher anyways. But the people that aren't on the essential workers list that get this boost in their salary include grocery store workers like myself right now, where I'm working at a cooperative grocery store. I'm not as concerned individually. I'm a graduate student, so I still get a stipend. So anything I make at the grocery store, I'm viewing it kind of as a bonus. Obviously, but there are people that work in grocery stores. That's their livelihood. They have children, they have dependents. They live in Toronto, where the average rent price for a apartment is 1,800 Canadian. And we're not on that list. At the co-op, talking about people helping themselves, our board voted unanimously to give us that raise, independently of the government mandating it. We're a nonprofit. We don't make a lot of money, but we have increased business during this time. And even if we didn't, they're looking out for us. You don't see that with a lot of other grocery stores. So yeah, refuse to go back, but also extend that fight to all working class. That's the way to boost solidarity. The language of middle class, upper middle class, lower middle class, lower class, that is a language intended to divide workers. In Marxist theory, you have the capitalists and you have the proletariat. Those are the distinctions. You either purchase labor and exploit it, or you sell your labor. This distinction between who gets paid more and less, that is divided on incredibly racist and sexist lines. Women are disproportionately working in lower paid jobs, not because they're less valuable, but because society values it less. Coincidentally, midwives are some of the few healthcare workers that are essential workers, but not on the essential worker list that qualify for a boost in Ontario. That needs to be pointed out. That needs to have a light shone on it to build that solidarity, raise that consciousness, and have a concrete set of demands. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Daniel. Michaela?
Yes, I would like to address the question about universal basic income, because it's been a proposal, of course, that has been made in Italy also, and the party which is in power today, so M5S, has made this basic income available, so has implemented a version, let's call it a version of this basic income, giving that income to people who qualify for it. Of course, it was a flop. It was a hypocritical move, and it hasn't, of course, succeeded. It's more slightly. Well, it's a charity actually, and people cannot live of it. So I believe that what we demand should not be a universal basic income, but should be a fight for work. So we should reclaim our rights. As I said before, in Italy we come from a long line of defeats in terms of right. We've been stripped of everything. Recently, well, not so recently, but actually we've been stripped of Article 18, which is an article of the workers' work regulations that stated that you cannot be laid off without a reason. So now we can be laid off, simply for giving the boss a bad look or something like that. So actually, workers' conditions here are really worsening. They're getting worse every day. So not a charity from a rotten system, but a defense for work. So the claim of workers should be demand more rights, defend their workplace, and cutting the profit making class that feeds off their work. So we have to fight against the flexibility which is imposed upon workers today. So gig economy workers, riders, teachers. Often in Italy, we, of course, and as everywhere in the world, we have different types of workers who have different contracts, making the same work, working side by side, but having very different conditions. You know, the capitalist system is very good at dividing workers also from the point of view of the income and of the conditions, so that they won't fight together. So I believe that we must fight for an employment salary, an employment indemnity, but not for an universal basic income, which, you know, from a certain point of view, leaves capitalists free of exploiting us in other ways. So we have completely to overthrow this system, because from our working conditions come our self-determination. So it is the workers who have to decide what they have to do with their working conditions. So we have to fight for the implementation, the reinstatement of Article 18, which protects workers from layoffs, and we must fight to end flexibility, to end all forms of gig work. And of course, we have to nationalize businesses which are delocalizing, so which are polluting our environment. So we must fight to get our means of productions in our hands, rather than having, you know, a sort of charity. It's not incidental. It's not that a universal basic income is requested, claimed also by certain capitalists. Certain representatives of the capitalists of the world are advocating this universal basic income, keeping, you know, workers just slightly above the basic human existence, in order to have the freedom of exploiting us better. So I wouldn't fight for a basic income. I would fight for an unemployment salary, which is different, because if you are unemployed, then you have to have a salary to protect you, as this crisis salary that we are advocating now, that we are demanding now, but of course not as our government has done, because that salary, that indemnity was of course absolutely not enough to live. So it's just about shifting the point of view from the capitalists doing us a favor and giving us an income, and shifting that relationship, and taking in our hands the productions mode of this society, and being us as workers to dictate the conditions of work. So I believe that we should shift this perspective. That's about it.
Okay, thank you, Michaela. Brilliant.
Yes, thank you for the question. About the question, how France avoid massive layoffs at the beginning of COVID-19. In fact, in France, massive layoffs start now. In effect, it's a little difficult to explain in English, but we have systems to maintain part of the pay of workers in the case of plant closure, and the government organized helps for companies that closed during the pandemic. They paid 80% of the employees' wage. But this was not a help for workers, but a help for capitalists. But now, especially in companies selling clothes and in car factories, massive layoffs happen. Thousands of jobs are at risk, and during the last days, massive demonstrations were organized against these massive layoffs in different cities of the country. But the fight against the massive layoffs starts now for us. About the defense of pensions, the massive movement in December and January, we saw massive strikes, especially in transport, especially in the subway and the bus in Paris and in Île-de-France. This was the most important strike since 1995. For example, bus drivers blocked the bus depots with other workers, of other sectors. These strikes happened during two months. It was an indefinite strike. All the day, people were on strike, and in education, workers were on strike massively too. It wasn't an indefinite strike, but we saw massive days of strike in education and in other sectors, but especially in transport and in education. But this strike was organized despite and against the policy of the bureaucratic leadership of trade unions, because they refused to organize these strikes. They have to call for days of general strike because many workers were angry, but they didn't organize the strike. Finally, about the movement against police brutalities and what we must defend in this movement, I think the most important thing is to explain that to combat police brutalities, we need fight capitalism. We need explain the working class must intervene as a social class in the anti-racist fighting. For me, the capitalism, we must explain this. The capitalism can produce only brutal and racist police, because the police is the armed wing of the capitalist states. And so, for me, the most important thing is to explain that only a general strike with massive workers can stop the capitalist state. And this is very important because in France, and I think in other countries too, but in France we have sectors of the anti-racist movement who refuse to organize with working class. and we must discuss with the sectors.
Okay. Thank you very much, comrade. And a special thanks to all the panelists, to Michaela, Lisa, Aurelian, and Daniel. Thank you so very, very much. It was very inspiring listening to you all. And don't forget, to visit our website, www.socialistaction.ca, to fill out a form and purchase Socialist Action newspaper, only $25. Okay, here we go. Well, you see, Trump and Justin got together. They're trying to stop me from advertising for Socialist Action. We fooled them. Anyway, to get back to it again, visit our website at www.socialistaction.ca. $25 per year will give you Socialist Action newspaper delivered to your door by a postal worker. And if you would like to talk to us about joining SA, write to socialistactioncanada@gmail.com, or just call us at 647-986-1917, 647-986-17. So if you want to take a short break now, those who are listening, or if you've got to go and do something, please come back at 6:15, because you'll be in for a treat for songs by Muhammad Ali, our socialist hip-hop. And of course, at 6:30, the second half of our conference will start. Systems in Crisis, a working class vision for the future. So everybody come back, and thanks again to our panelists, especially the comrades from Italy and France. Thank you so very, very much. Take care for now.
I hear the music when I'm walking in the street. I hear the sound of a sweet melody. A single voice can start a revolution. I still believe in the song. I still believe the time has come. People aching to be free. I feel the power of the numbers in the street. A single voice can start a revolution. I still believe in the song. I do believe the time has come. So let me tell you now, hey, hey, hey. Raise your hands up high. Raise your hands up high. Hey, hey, hey. Raise your hands up high. Raise your hands up high. See a soul who's doubtful and another who is afraid, measuring the gains against the things they take away. You can't tell me all that money is better than a better world. Oh no, I still believe in the song. I do believe the time has come. Let me tell you now, hey, hey, hey. Let me tell you now, hey, hey, hey. Raise your hands up high. Raise your hands up high. Hey, hey, hey. Raise your hands up high. Raise your hands up high. the music when I'm walking in the street. Feel the power of a sweet melody. A single voice can start a revolution. I still believe in the song. I do believe our time has come. So let me tell you now, hey, 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 hey. Raise your hands up high. Raise your hands up high. Hey, hey, hey. Raise your hands up high. Raise your hands up high. Hey, hey, hey. Raise your hands up high. Raise your hands up high. Hey, hey, raise your hands up, your hands up, your hands up high. Your hands up, your hands up high. It is. And you never know, was it good or was it bad?
Were you king or were you had? Or was your aim too low? No, no, I'm not sad, I don't wallow. No, not me. I follow my heart, and if you should claim that they are in the same you forfeit the spark. But that spark ignites the flame that sheds a light. Oh, oh, you once held true, welcome me, a sentimental fool. Oh, 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 oh. If I actually believe if we get justice, you'll get peace, and I believe we're good to go, because I still know all the words to imagine, and I even believe it to imagine, and I even believe it all the But that spark ignites the flame that sheds a light. Oh, oh, he once held you. I would go back there. I'd go back there if I were you. Oh, 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 oh. I'd go back to younger days when you still had dreams to chase, and you spoke truth to lies. Remember those ideals you held up on high, back when you would never even contemplate the thought of compromise, because you still all the words to, and you even believe it. All the words to, I still know. All the words to, and I even believe it. All the words
how much longer she might pass. Scared and precious, smile is commodity. Wise of teachers, this is what she taught to me. Love. Blissful laborer, love your calluses. Build your pantsuits. It's for a single mom, 3 babies, 3 jobs, unconditional love. You know this life's hard. My people with the farmer's tan, tone the soil until the harvest land. For that nurse who never called in sick. Nah. Reading to your kid on a 16-hour shift. See, it is what it is. This is why we love our labor. Put food on the table every night's a Seder. You may be my neighbor, you my fam, you my co-worker, you my man. You know I got your back wherever you gotta stand. Punch that clock again, I'm punching in your hours. It ain't sunshine and flowers, but you know it's ours. We may not get all that we pay for, and yet must certainly pay for all that we get. Love, 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 love. It's my labor of love. I don't love this money. I get it for my kids. Put that work in. Jordan on his whiz. Drop him off at school. Reporting for a shift. A couple more months, I can afford another trip. Disney World. Me and my little girl. Disneyland. Me and the little man. Next year, we ain't gotta worry about the rental van. Next year, yo, I'm gonna have him on the dental plan. See, it is what it is. This is why we love our labor. Put food on the table. Every night's a savor. I work all day, loving wife from the distance. Still get home to get the heads in. On my grind, dog, I go for mine. I'm tied up, double overtime. But Lady Luck got me pouring my lemonade in a cup. It's more records like a labor of love. Love, love, love. Would you send your future son out to Ferguson? Would you see the front line or be the first to run? Would you see the rallier be the first to run? Ferguson, Ferguson, this goes out to Ferguson because we got me putting rent up on my visa. Sky is the limit. They don't want to see us reach it. They want to keep us down. They want to keep it secret. The people, united, will never be defeated. All the way at the top, they don't see it. Champagne by the leaders. All my leaders is elitist. I'm sick of broken treaties. Sick of how they treat us. People, united, will never be defeated. The power of the people stronger than people in power. The power by the people, we put those people in power. Hours in a days, days in a decades. Work 8 to 6 and raise my kid. I'm living in a debt age. Pay paradise, put up parking lot. Joni Initial never lied. Still, the block is hot. Pipelines from the barren sea, pipes where the bear should be. We need solidarity. We need solid air to breathe. We won't weep if we reap what we sowed. We believe giving each equal piece is the goal. We don't steal. We don't scheme. They see us as drones, machines, worker bees on the queen on the throne. See no play on no game on no board. Stakes is your life. You take in what's yours. Money, power, respect. My people calling. I mean, we're making all this money. They just keeping all it. Money, power, respect. Money, power, respect. Money, power, respect. They just keeping all it. Money, power, respect. Money, power, respect. Money, power, respect. They just keeping all it because they got me putting my rent on a visa. Sky is the limit. They don't want to see us reach it. They want to keep us down. They want to keep it secret. The people, united, will never be defeated. All the way at the top, they don't see it. Champagne by the leaders. My leaders, elitists. Sick of broken treaties. Sick of how they treat us. The people, united, will never be defeated. Liz, what do you think? Liz, you like it?
Yes.
All right, so here's one. And I'm gonna set this one up. You know what I mean? I'm actually gonna break this one down because this is like 10 plus years ago. You know what I mean? And it's different because, you know what I mean, race politics changed in terms of hip hop culture, right? 10 years ago, the issue was so many hip hop artists and fans were like, hip hop's apolitical, it's aracial. And I'm like, are you kidding me? Hip hop is rooted in the anti-racism struggles of America and its political shit. So I wrote this record like, yo, I am not black, I am not Hispanic, I am not American. The Chicano and black Americans of the 70s and 80s built a political hip hop culture that I can work from. Nowadays, you know, 10 years later, you know, folks get that. But this song was written when folks weren't sure, is hip hop political, and you know the history of where does hip hop come from. And it goes a little something like this. We the sons of Mediba, daughters of Asada, sisters of Mumia, brothers of Gavar. We the sons of Mediba, daughters of Asada, sons of Mediba, brothers of Gavara. We them overseas kings turned slave by overseers. We them overseas queens turned slaves by... Sorry, one more time. We them overseas kings turned slaves by overseers. We them beauty queens turn ability jeans over sneakers once announcers left with an ounce of freedom. We've been really lynched. We've been pounced and beaten. The Sanskrit versus the band. We were brand bandits. And still we can't quit. Taking on this land trip. Yo, ran under the ground like someone sees a cotton, but the fruits of the slave smell like something rotten. Poor dead slaves fair lies bitter as truth. Slightly insane, shooting through by a shoot. We retreat from defeat. We meet the deceit, open combat, arms stacked in that war drum beat us as sons of Mediba, daughters of Asada. Resistance sonnets, no need to raise a sonnet. To raise revolution, that's in Nat Turner.
Okay, did we lose connection, Kurt?
Appears so. It appears so. So,
Okay.
we can continue.
All right. So, welcome back, folks, to the 17th Annual Socialist Action International Educational Conference, Socialism 2020. So there's still no Mohammed. He's gone for sure.
Yep. No.
Okay.
Of Mohammed.
All right. We acknowledge that the gathering takes place on Indigenous lands, including the unceded territory of the Mississaugas of New Credit, the Wendat, and the Haudenosaunee people. We do more than honor the First Nations. We join in the fight for justice, recognizing that there can be no real reconciliation without restitution. That entails seizing the assets of the big resource corporations and returning them to the commons. My name is Elizabeth Weiss, and I'm a retired member of the Canadian Union of Postal Workers, Federal Treasurer of the NDP Socialist Caucus, leading member of Socialist Action, and your chair coming from Montego Bay, Jamaica, for the continuation of this conference. Currently, we are celebrating the 26th anniversary of the founding of Socialist Action in Canada. SA is committed to grassroots democracy and the United Front in action. You can see our work in the NDP Socialist Caucus, the Workers' Action Movement in the unions, the campaign of solidarity with Venezuela and Cuba, and in the fight against Doug Ford. So at this time, too, please take the opportunity to order some great literature from Socialist Action, subscribe to our monthly newspaper, which is the best publication of its kind in North America. And if at any time during the conference you decide you would like to join SA, please write a message in the chat column, fill out the membership form at our website, www.socialistaction.ca. Or you can just call us at 647-986-1917. That's 647-986-917. So now we are going to get started. Let's get back to the continuation of our second session and last session of Socialism 2020. Okay. So, next session is titled Systems in Crisis, a Working Class Vision for the Future. And I will list all of the speakers and you will speak in this order that I call out, okay? And you each have up to 15 minutes. Comrade Emily Steers is a Socialist Action Canada activist in Guelph, Ontario. She is a Public Service Alliance of Canada Local 902 member at Sir Wilfrid Laurier University, where Emily studies music, and she also helped to organize a union for teaching assistants. Our second speaker will be Comrade Jeff Mackler. He's the National Secretary of Socialist Action USA. He is a longtime teacher militant, West Coast coordinator of the Campaign to Free Mamou Abu Jamal, and a National Steering Committee member of UNAC, the United National Anti-War Coalition. Despite being a very shy, soft-spoken person, who is this? What have you done with Jeff? Jeff is the Socialist Action candidate for President of the United States in the 2020 election. Speaking third is Eve Engler. Born in 1979 in Vancouver, is a Montreal-based writer and political activist. In addition to 11 published books, Engler's writings have appeared in the alternative press and in mainstream publications such as The Globe and Mail, Toronto Star, Ottawa Citizen, and Ecologist. His 2009 book, The Black Book of Canadian Foreign Policy, was shortlisted for the Quebec Writers Federation of Mavis Gallant Prize for Nonfiction. His other works include A Propaganda System, How Government, Corporations, Media, and Academia Still War and Exploitation, Canada and Africa, 300 Years of Aid and Exploitation, The Ugly Canadian, Stephen Harper's Foreign Policy, and Left Right, Marching to the Beat of Imperial Canada. Eve's latest book is House of Mirrors, Justin Trudeau's Foreign Policy. And our fourth speaker is Comrade John Clark, who claims, and I mean claims, to be a retired anti-poverty organizer, but I don't believe he will ever retire. Born in England, he moved with his family to London, Ontario in the 1970s. When John settled in Toronto, he became a founding member of the Ontario Coalition Against Poverty. So without further ado, we're going to go to our first speaker, Emily.
Good evening, all. I hope my connection holds up. Please let me know if there are any problems. Kurt, I give you full permission to step in and let me know if there's any issues. So, hello all. My name is Emily, and as Elizabeth said, I am a 2-year member of Socialist Action, and I am an organizer with the campaign to unionize lorry ATAs. I am speaking to you from my home in Guelph on the unceded territory of the Anishinaabe and Mississauga people at the confluence of the two rivers. I would also like to take a moment to acknowledge the ongoing systemic racism and violence faced by our Black and Indigenous comrades around the world over. Black lives matter, they have always mattered, and will always matter. There can be no vision of a socialist future until Black and Indigenous people of color win justice. We are all witness to the disastrous situation imposed by capitalism and the capitalist state violence. The global response to the COVID-19 pandemic has been an utter failure, especially on behalf of these so-called advanced capitalist nations. Even the most stalwart supporters of capitalism are outraged and despairing as they watch their communities suffer, while billionaires, and one soon to be trillionaire, rake in record profits while deliberately endangering their employees. In Canada, the conversation centers particularly around the reliance on temporary foreign workers and on the crisis in long-term care homes. Approximately 80% of the recorded COVID-19 deaths in Canada have been related to long-term care homes, and especially private homes that seek to maximize profit at the expense of residents and staff. The Canadian military, that bastion of neoliberalism and imperialism, has reported about the situation to the federal and provincial government, prompting demands that they start taking responsibility. People are justifiably outraged. But we are seeing a shift in consciousness coming out of this. Models of community care are being discussed on a national and international level about the need to prioritize and take public control over these services to ensure that they have the capacity to meaningfully care for seniors and prioritizing that care. Not only is there a groundswell demand for public ownership of seniors' homes and an end to corporate lobbying on behalf of their wealthy owners, but we see an outpouring of mutual aid and support across all communities, online and in neighborhoods. People are making music together, sharing food, sharing resources, helping take care of sick and elderly neighbors, making PPE en masse at home. Part of the shuttered GM plant in Oshawa has been converted to the manufacture of medical-grade masks for those on the front lines. This shows that when capitalism gets out of the way, people are more than capable of looking after each other more efficiently and more meaningfully than any profit-motivated industry. We cannot stop here. This crisis amplifies the need for public ownership of major enterprises, including the pharmaceutical industry, big oil and gas, big banks, and the telecommunication companies. The COVID crisis reveals more than ever that the telecommunication is not a privilege, but an essential utility that needs to be guaranteed. We need democratic control of the land development and construction firms to enable the creation of social housing on a mass scale to protect those most vulnerable among us during this pandemic. We need to socialize the monopoly retail chains for redistribution of their super profits and for agricultural businesses to prioritize healthy food and ecologically sound farming methods. And finally, we need to repurpose the trillions of dollars in wealth of the huge mining and forestry firms, using this to finance post-secondary education and reinvesting in public health and schools. As you all know, the recent killings of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and Ahmaud Arbery in the so-called United States has spurred an unprecedented civil rights mass action. This has occurred across all 50 US states, as well as over 18 other countries at last count. Here in so-called Canada, we demand justice for DeAndre Campbell, Regis Korchinski-Paquette, and Chantal Moore, who have all died during police wellness checks within the last 2 months. It is especially important to highlight the particular risks that people with disabilities and mental illnesses face at the hands of police, especially those who are people of color. These demonstrations, as a result of these brutal killings, have highlighted the issue and the desperate need to defund the police. We are here to demand the divestment of cities' resources from police forces and their reallocation towards community mental health initiatives, public health, funding for schools, and trained, unarmed crisis and de-escalation teams. A model of community safety instead of policing is already being imagined and fought into existence. We heard from a comrade earlier in Minnesota who's already talking about, her neighborhood is the cleanest it's ever been because people are looking out for each other. Pardon me, I need to plug in my computer before it dies because that would be unfortunate. Sorry, y'all. I am so sorry. Okay, all is well. Just didn't wanna disappear on you. We're all still good?
Yes, you're still good.
Apologies for that interruption. Here in Canada, on a provincial and federal level, we demand a reduction of the military to serve as a domestic disaster relief and a rescue role. We are looking for divestment from the racist and corrupt institution of the RCMP. A radical reallocation of resources could not only fund free public transit, free college and university, and subsidize many, many aspects of healthcare, but this could provide a substantive cognitive shift away from the carceral and punitive model of community engagement that our ruling class has imposed from long ago. More than ever, it is clear that capitalism is a dying system that threatens to destroy nature and humanity, and they are desperately deploying the defenders of capitalism against the groundswell of people. The current crises are all playing out against the backdrop of the impending climate crisis created by global warming. We know that there is still time to stop it, but we must act immediately. One of the NDP MPs, Peter Julian, has put forward a motion that advances a Green New Deal for Canada, and though many of their policies within this deal are sorely and desperately needed, they do not go far enough. We at Socialist Action are advancing the following actionable demands. We demand a living wage for every adult, regardless of immigration status, with no cuts to social programs and special benefits, and no privatization of public services. Jobs for all can be achieved by reducing hours of work without loss of pay and benefits, put a halt to contract employment, end the gig economy, and enforce the right to refuse unsafe work with no loss in pay, and guaranteeing the right to sue bosses for injuries due to their negligence. We also want to provide unemployment insurance at a living wage level with no cutoff. We can substantially raise the rates on welfare and housing assistance and ensure a living wage for people on disability and their support programs. We can institute full Canada pension and old age security payments at age 55 and at double the present rate, and require all employers to pay all CPP and EI contributions. Further demands. We demand the nationalization of Big Pharma. No Canadian should have to pay for their prescription medication. We demand to bring all long-term care facilities into public ownership. There is no reason for private care homes to operate on a for-profit model. During this COVID-19 crisis, we need to release prisoners convicted of nonviolent crimes. There is no call for them to be trapped inside of prisons with completely inadequate care during this pandemic. We need to freeze residential rents and mortgage payments. No evictions, no cutoff to heat, electricity, water, or internet service. Cancel student debt and make post-secondary education free. We can expropriate the big landlords and the construction and land development corporations, and instead of their plans to build more condos, because we need that, we can build quality social housing on a mass scale that actually serves the needs of the communities where it is being built. Tax the rich is how we will pay for this. Expropriate the big banks and the giant oil and gas corporations. There will be no state bailouts for private corporations without public ownership. We can seize the dead capital sitting idle in offshore and domestic bank accounts that we know is there thanks to the Panama Papers. We can use these resources to fund mass testing for COVID-19, help develop a vaccine, and encourage farmers to transition towards a more sustainable, healthy way of producing food. Finally, we demand an immediate transition away from fossil fuels and moving rapidly towards green, sustainable energy systems under public ownership and worker control. Now, the fight to win against anti-austerity and our advanced eco-socialist policies, this takes place on many fronts, including within the unions and within the NDP. Inside the workers' movement, we face many agents of the bourgeoisie and the capitalist state. We face the labor lieutenants of capital, the union and NDP bureaucrats who collaborate with the bosses and do not fight for any concessions. They pour money into police services, they vote for cutbacks, improved military spending, condone the ridiculous sanctions against Venezuela and Cuba, and they prop up the rotten capitalist system. Union bureaucrats put personal careers ahead of the interests of the working class as a whole. They undermine our political independence as workers with every step. Pro-business bureaucrats must be replaced within the unions by class-conscious workers. Workers will develop class consciousness only by the fight against the bosses and in the fight against the agents of the bosses. This is what we are advancing in our Workers' Action Movement, or WAM. This is why Socialist Action is engaged in struggles inside mass working class organizations. There aren't many groups who claim to be socialists who actually do this. For Socialist Action, building a disciplined working class party inside of our class struggle is at the heart of our strategy for revolutionary change. So we fight for socialist policies and we run candidates for executive office in the union and the NDP, as well as doing our share of on-the-ground fighting. We are dedicated to the united front as a means to amplify the strength of the left and to demonstrate the benefits of dialogue and workers' democracy. In the aftermath of this pandemic, we must be on high alert against the inclinations of disaster capitalism, the reconstruction of the economy made to benefit large corporations to the detriment of all workers and communities. They will try at every turn to siphon wealth away from those who need it most in order to profit as we attempt to rebuild. We must fight at every step to keep the focus on what we have been able to accomplish during this pandemic and what we can accomplish going forward. We cannot and will not go back to the pre-COVID days. The world is waking up and we are smelling the rot and the decay that emanates from the dying neoliberal capitalist order. This is a great opportunity to build new mass movements, to challenge existing workers' organizations to actually fight for socialist policies that will benefit workers and to bring about workers' government at all levels. The world is rising, and our banner is the World Socialist Revolution.
Thank you. Thank you, Emily. Jeff? You unmute yourself. Kurt?
How's that?
Okay, go ahead.
What a magnificent talk from a very old speaker from Canada. 2 years of movement and such brilliance. Thank you very much. I'm honored to be with you today. The previous speaker mentioned the pre-COVID days. In late February, about February 28th or 29th, I returned from an East Coast tour where I spoke on several platforms in 4 or 5 states about my campaign for the US presidency. If you were to look at the headlines of the New York Times and the major papers in the country, we were heading towards a Trump victory. The pundits of capitalist politics say, well, when the economy is stable, when the stock market is rising, and when the unemployment rate is the lowest in 100 years, the tendency is to vote for the status quo, to re-elect Donald Trump for the presidency. Every day they touted the stability of American capitalism, the strength of the economy. And then one day, COVID struck, and COVID-19 proved to lift the veil on a capitalist society at a level of decay that no one had ever suspected. Prior to this, the unemployed, the people in the gig economy, the lowest wage workers, the service sector workers, and others were relatively silent, thinking perhaps that it was their fault that they lived paycheck to paycheck, if at all, that they couldn't pay the rent if they lost their part-time low-wage job. The statistics of 3.5 unemployment were phony. The actual Labor Department published labor participation rate was 65%. That is 35%, rigged statistics aside, didn't have jobs in the United States. Today, a short couple of months later, 42 million workers have lost their jobs. And they still put the unemployment rate on the front page of the New York Times today at 14.7%, whereas the actual labor participation rate, that is the percentage of working people in the United States who have no jobs, is closer for the first time in history to a majority. That is, a majority of the people have no jobs, and those that do are largely service sector, low-paying, part-time, gig economy, flexible work schedule jobs where the average worker, or I should say 40% of the American working class, can't afford to pay an unexpected bill of $400, where a third can't pay their rent if they're not working. And actually, it reached one point where a majority couldn't pay their rent. So the naked face of an economy in crisis became fully aware, knowledgeable to the largest percentage of population in the modern era. People realized it wasn't their fault. There was something fundamentally wrong with the system of capitalism. And then they were placated when the government organized a massive, unprecedented $2.2 trillion bailout, the vast majority going to the literally handful of billionaires to the tune of $500 billion first off. Working people got $1,200, enough to get by perhaps for a few weeks. And then the ruling class said, well, how are we going to handle this situation? So the Federal Reserve and the US Treasury essentially promised to make up the total value of GDP lost for the entire quarter. And that is to bail out the corporations by an additional $4 trillion to a total of $6 trillion, free money by the government printing bonds, printing money to bail out the capitalist class to the tune of every nickel they have lost. Unprecedented. The government said, we will not allow the system of capitalism to fail. And still, without workers, the bosses were without profits, because the labor of working people is central to the extraction of surplus value or profits for the capitalist system. So they said, how are we going to deal with this dilemma? We are in the middle of a plague for which there is no cure or vaccine. We've lost 100,000 workers already, with hundreds of thousands more on the list. We have 2 million people infected with an incurable virus, and perhaps 1% or 0.5% of those will die. That is, if that death rate continues, we will lose over 3 million people in the United States alone. And we, the most advanced capitalist countries, are first in the world in the number and percentage of dead and dying. This is not a first for the United States. We're number one in the world in the percentage and number of people in the prison industrial complex, the school to prison scenario that incarcerates a majority, in its majority, of the prisoners who are Black and Latino and Native American. So the solution of the capitalists? Back to work. Back to work when the average number of new cases is 22,000 a day. Back to work when we are still losing 1 to 2 and maybe up to 3,000 people at the beginning of this month per day to the virus, with no cure, no vaccine in sight. Back to work to maximize the profits of the bosses. The theory of herd immunity has appeared, and that is, let the bastards die, a natural percentage will die, and the remaining group may develop an immunity. That works in the animal kingdom, which is relatively isolated from the human kingdom. It was considered by Boris Johnson, the British head of state, who had a scientific study done saying what will happen if we literally do nothing and let herd immunity without a vaccine take its course. And they projected unprecedented numbers of dead people from the United Kingdom. The US ruling class is considering a managed version, slowly back to work, slowly send a portion of the students and workers, maybe give them protective masks and clean up the machinery once a day, but back to work regardless of the consequences. So here we had a situation where capitalist solutions, which are being imposed today in the face of a plague that we have not seen for 100 years, are to send workers back to work to maximize capitalist profits. Of course, we fought that. We fought for, and we fight for today, for maximum protection. We rejected premature back to work, especially at workplaces where hundreds and thousands of cases, as in the meatpacking industry, were reported, where literally workers stood elbow to elbow slaughtering pigs in factories where workers took Tylenol in order to bring down their body temperature so they could go to work, and some vomited on the assembly lines. Thousands became afflicted with this disease, and the bosses offered minimal protection. Back to work. And then, seemingly out of nowhere, one person in Minneapolis, Minnesota, George Floyd, was strangled to death with a cop using his knee on his throat for almost 9 minutes until he died. and the entire country went up for grabs in a way that none of us in the socialist movement had ever experienced in a lifetime. I've been in the movement for 60 years and I have not seen anything like it. We have now had demonstrations in over 1,000 cities in the United States. Young people, multiracial, are in the streets honoring the memory of the murdered George Floyd and naming one after another of the daily victims of police murder of unarmed Black people. The figures show it happens at the rate of 1 a day. And in fact, 3 a day if you include unarmed whites. 3 people are murdered. And in Minneapolis, 7,000 people who are Blacks have been beaten, hammered, maced, used the knee, and murdered in the course of the last 5 years. 2 years ago, they had to fire the police chief. Now they're talking about defunding the entire police department. And it took them weeks until they decided to press charges of murder against first the Derek Chauvin and then the other 3 murderous cops. Police brutality is the norm in the United States. Racist incarceration is the norm in the United States. We have 3 million people under the jurisdiction of the prison industrial complex, and they are put there to work at an average wage in the increasingly privatized prison industrial complex of 50 cents an hour. Why hire a Latino from Mexico or an immigrant for a job in agribusiness when you can hire a near slave from the prison industrial complex at 50 cents an hour? And need I say that not only the retirement homes for the poor, the ones that have the least money to support themselves, and the prisons and the meatpacking plants have the highest percentage of those people who are dying. But what do we see? In the face of the largest plague in the history of the United States, a life-threatening plague, unprecedented tens and hundreds of thousands of people in 1,000 cities are mobilizing in the street, risking their very lives, I emphasize, to stand in solidarity with the oppressed Black people. It brings tears to my eyes. I've never seen anything in my life at this level. The vast majority of the young people are crying out, we risk our lives for equality. We won't let these police continue murdering. We understand the depth of racist discrimination in every aspect of life. The majority of people in Minneapolis and in every other city who die are Black, even if they're 5, 10, or 15%, because of inadequate racist healthcare and discrimination in every field of life, in education, in housing, in employment, in jobs, in wages, in every measure. Racist America has been exposed as never before in my lifetime. We had a debate in the United States when President Trump threatened to call out the US military to crush the rebellious youth. And generals said, hey, watch it. We can't go along with that. One general, an admiral after another, I have a list of some 20 so far, have cautioned the United States government that if they risk sending troops to quell these massive mobilizations of working people, multiracial, standing up against racist repression, if they use force. These generals remind us that 40% of the military are people of color, and they are extremely wary of sending Black and Latino and oppressed people into the streets to murder other oppressed people. We've already heard from officers, sergeants, rank and file soldiers saying, I am George Floyd. So the government says, yes, we can send the military regardless of the laws if we need to put down rebellion. But right now, that would be the biggest mistake we could make. And the president who called in the Pentagon to fly helicopters at building level to scare demonstrators and tried to arrest thousands who violated the curfew, that has been repudiated at the highest level, including the Secretary of Defense, Esper, broke publicly with this President of the United States. Imagine a president who literally ordered the National Guard to use force and violence and poison gas to clear an area of peaceful demonstrators, according to every reporter on the scene, in order for him to stroll along with his Secretary of Defense and other top officials in plain clothes across Lafayette Park to stand in front of a church holding a Bible and threatening law and order against hundreds and thousands and if not millions of American people. It's a spectacle that no one has ever seen before. Trump's poll numbers have declined 10, 12%. The shoe-in president is no longer a shoe-in. And what of his opponent, Joseph Biden? He's a militarist of the first order, a racist, segregationist, anti-busing, crime legislation pushing bully who's been put forward as a centrist Democrat. And what does the New York Times editorial pages say Biden's strategy should be? They will caution to Biden, don't take Trump's shovel away. Let him dig his own grave. In other words, they're advising the Democratic Party presidential candidate who has nothing to contribute to keep his mouth shut and let Trump bury himself. And the new president will float on to victory, facing a disgusted a population of outraged people. Let me say this. Do I have a minute or so left?
No, but you can have 1 minute. 1 minute only.
Okay, thank you, Comrade Chair. An article in the New York Times said we face an species extinction crisis. The number of species that are becoming extinct of the vertebrate type, not counting humans, is an unprecedented number. And if it continues this way for 10 to 15 years, it will be irreversible and we will face massive starvation and food deprivation in the United States. But that no matter. That's only 10 or 15 years away. Then we have a climate crisis, a catastrophic crisis where the continued use of fossil fuels that spells doom for civilization, that doom is only 15 or 20 years away. And very few people are talking about it. And now we face a plague crisis, which threatens humanity to kill millions of people in the immediate years ahead. And that has given way to an additional social crisis of legitimacy of the entire racist capitalist system in the United States, where millions say, now, cops out of our community. Now defund the cops. Now for the right of self-defense of Black people. Now end police murder. Now end racist discrimination in every one of its forms. Affirmative action with quotas. And yet, who is uttering these words? Young people, multiracial crowds that no one has ever seen. Our comrades are in the streets, commingling, helping to organize and building these demonstrations which hold the future of humanity in our hands. We live in magnificent times. This is the time for socialists to build their parties.
Thank you, comrade. Okay, Eve, you're up next. Right in.
Thanks. Thanks for having me. Thanks, Socialist Action, for putting this on, and thanks to everyone who's watching and listening. So I thought I'm going to speak about Canadian foreign policy. To begin, a working class vision of Canadian foreign policy, I think, is a little bit complicated. There's many facets to it. I've put forward some elements in my left-right book, I think an important part has to be the idea of doing no harm and trying to challenge Canadian government policies that are exacerbating problems, because the whole ethos of our political culture with regards to foreign policy is do more. Even though if you take a look at Canadian foreign policy in a serious way, you find that there are two main forces driving Canadian foreign policy: support for empire, historically British, today American, and support for Canadian corporations abroad. That's the overwhelming thrust of Canadian foreign policy. And unfortunately, it doesn't change that much depending on whether we have a conservative government or a liberal government. And we've never had a federal NDP government, but I don't think it would necessarily change that much, even with a federal NDP government. So the first part that we need to come to grips with in terms of developing a working class Canadian foreign policy is Canadian imperialism. And I think that that's something that is not, there's very few forums where we can actually talk about Canadian imperialism. And Canadian imperialism is quite significant. So I thought I would go through a few elements of that, current elements. One part, a very important part, is the incredible mining sector in this country. 0.5% of the world's population, but about half of the world's mining companies are based or listed on, based in Canada or listed on Canadian stock exchanges. These companies have been involved in just innumerable abuses abroad. There are literally thousands of articles, books, reports, UN bodies that have criticized Canadian mining companies globally, and specifically criticized the Canadian government for advancing the interests of Canadian mining companies. And there are many facets to it. Just before the pandemic hit, when Trudeau and François Philippe Champagne, the foreign minister, were in Senegal, Canada's foreign minister made sure to attend an event where Teranga Gold and Barrick Gold, two Canadian mining companies, were receiving new permits for their mining operations in Senegal. Just a small example of the diplomatic support that happens on a day-to-day basis by Canadian embassies, high commissions, trade commissioners, etc., around the world for mining companies. So there's all kinds of support. Canada signs foreign investment promotion protection agreements in large part to protect Canadian mining companies, particularly in Africa, in Latin America. There's huge amounts of Canadian aid. During the Trudeau government period, more than $100 million of Canadian aid has gone to supporting Canadian mining operations, or generally supporting the mining sector, but Canada dominates the mining sector so thoroughly that the effect of it is, when you're supporting mining in Ethiopia, you're effectively supporting Canadian mining companies in Ethiopia, because they are the major players. The Trudeau government has backed up the most brutal of Canadian mining companies, providing diplomatic backing. The starkest example is in 2017 in Tanzania, where there was a big conflict between Barrick Gold, one of the most notorious Canadian mining companies, and conflicts all across the globe. And the conflict between the Tanzanian government and Barrick Gold over unpaid royalties, unpaid taxes, into the billions of dollars. Very, huge political issue in Tanzania. And Barrick, the Barrick mine in Tanzania, the North Mara mine, is the site of the worst human rights violations probably of any mining operation, Canadian mining operation in the globe. Between 2006 and 2016, there had been 65 people killed, according to an official government report. 65 people killed at the Barrick mine, North Mara mine, by Barrick paid security or police that are actually paid for by Barrick. And so amidst this big conflict between the Tanzanian government and Barrick, you had the Canadian High Commissioner, who organized a meeting between the head of Barrick and the president of Tanzania. And after the meeting, Canada's High Commissioner, Ian Miles, came out and said, quote, Canada is very proud that it expects all its companies to respect the highest standards, fairness, and respect for laws and corporate social responsibility. We know that Barrick is very much committed to those values. So here you have the most controversial Canadian mining company in the country where they're engaged in the worst abuses, and you have the Trudeau government explicitly backing Barrick diplomatically, which is basically saying that if Barrick Gold can expect open public backing like that, basically any company operating anywhere in the world, any Canadian mining company should expect diplomatic backing, no matter what abuses they've been engaged in. And the Trudeau government, before being elected, promised that they would bring in some very modest legislation to rein in Canadian mining companies' abuses abroad. An ombudsperson with some ability to actually hold companies accountable and potentially withdraw public support from those companies if they were found to be engaged in abuses abroad. They promised on multiple occasions before election, after election, repeated those promises, and then 6 months, a bit more than 6 months ago, they finally announced their ombudsperson, 4 years into their term, and the ombudsperson doesn't have the ability to require companies to divulge documents, doesn't have the ability to force companies to appear and explain themselves, and has very limited capacity to withdraw public support, Export Development Canada, diplomatic support, aid support, etc., from those companies if they're found to be engaged in abuses abroad. So basically, it's a toothless advocate to the trade minister, and this was what the ombudsperson that the Trudeau government has set up. They haven't pursued any company yet, and so the power of the mining sector in this country, which pursued a very aggressive lobbying campaign against an ombudsperson with any teeth, I think is a very important part of Canadian imperialism. And if we're going to build a working class foreign policy challenging Canadian extractive capital abroad, and the ways in which the Canadian government backs that sector has to be a very important part of a more just foreign policy. Another sector where you have the Canadian government engaged in really a brazen imperialist intervention is in Venezuela. There's just an endless stream of Canadian government denunciations of the Maduro government, supporting opposition groups. Last month, you had a botched mercenary invasion overseen by a former Canadian military who was then a special forces in the U.S. Just totally disastrous invasion. The Canadian government's response to that failed invasion was to double down on its support for Juan Guaido, the self-declared president of Venezuela, who was, before his self-declaration as being president of Venezuela in January of last year, he was really just a marginal far-right politician that the vast majority of Venezuelans hadn't even heard of. Canada's been right at the forefront of this campaign to back Guaido. Before Guaido declared himself president, Canada was right at the center of building domestic opposition support for Guaido to do this, and also regional support for Guaido. And this is just part of a couple-year-long campaign, which has included taking Venezuela to the International Criminal Court. So, first time ever, a member state of the International Criminal Court has taken another member state to the ICC. Was Venezuela, Canada, and a number of South American countries taking Venezuela. And of all the human rights violations taking place in the world, to even imply that the situation in Venezuela is of such magnitude is completely ridiculous. Canada has brought in 4 rounds of sanctions against Venezuela, against Venezuelan officials. And this campaign that Canada is waging against the Venezuelan government, just on the face of it, It contravenes the UN Charter in terms of interference in another country's affairs quite clearly. The sanctions contravene UN Charter, likewise the Organization of American States Charter. So just on the surface of it, this campaign is, should be opposed and is illegitimate. But if you take a broader lens you contrast it with other countries in the hemisphere, you just see the incredible hypocrisy of the Canadian government campaign. So our allies in this Lima group, which Canada, I should say, was the founding member of, one of two, Canada and Peru, that launched the Lima group, but that's the grouping of countries opposed to the Venezuelan government. Our ally in this campaign to claim that Juan Guaido is the constitutional president of Venezuela, that's the stated claim of why we back Guaido. Our ally, one of our allies, is Honduras President Juan Orlando Hernandez. Well, the Honduran constitution is very clear, only one term. Juan Orlando Hernandez got the Supreme Court to overturn that, allowed him to run for a second term. And when he was losing the vote, with about 60% of the vote counted, down by 5 percentage points, all of a sudden voting stops. And when it starts back up, all of a sudden he's in the lead and Juan Orlando Hernandez becomes president. So the constitutional legitimacy of Nicolas Maduro is infinitely greater than the constitutional legitimacy of Juan Orlando Hernandez, Honduras. Look at human rights violations. Well, Trudeau is buddied up with Ivan Duque, the far-right president in Colombia. There are much greater human rights violations taking place in Colombia today than there are in Venezuela. I mean, last year, Duque, who's opposed to the peace accord with the FARC rebels, he's overseen a government, a regime, where something like nearly 175 former FARC who demobilized as part of the peace agreement were assassinated. More than 100 social movement leaders were assassinated last year in Colombia, and the numbers have gotten worse in the first half of this year. So Duque is right at the core of the Lima group and the campaign against Maduro. Far worse human rights violations. Or take a look at Haiti and the government, the presidency of Jovenel Moïse in Haiti. This is a presidency that is entirely rejected by the population. Polling is not great in Haiti, but the one serious poll showed that more than 81% of the population wanted Moïse to go immediately. He's faced incredible year-long plus from July 2018 to November of 2019, just incredible popular mobilization, including multiple general strikes, the longest of which was more than a month in October of last year. And the only reason that Jovenel Moïse is the president of Haiti is because he has the backing of Washington and Ottawa. The population overwhelmingly wants him to go. Highly repressive, highly corrupt. Illegitimate. His election itself is basically no one voted because of the shenanigans that the U.S. and Canada have been pursuing electorally and overthrowing governments going back to Aristide in 2004. So if you and Moïse is part of our Lima group opposition to Maduro. So if you look broader at Canada's policy in the hemisphere, you know that the campaign against the Venezuelan government has nothing to do with human rights, nothing to do with democracy. It has to do with getting rid of a government that has not followed the orders of Washington, that is not in a line, and it has not been good to Canadian mining companies, Canadian banks, Petro-Canada, a number of other Canadian corporate interests in Venezuela. Now, finally, the third issue that I'll just talk about is Canada's decidedly anti-Palestinian policies. And there are, of course, many facets to that policy. You have, at the start of the year, a couple months ago, you had Canada's ambassador, Deborah Lyons, in Israel, organizing a party for Canadians who fight in the Israeli Defense Force. So Canadians who move to Israel to fight with the Israeli military, she has a pizza party for them and talks about how Canada is very proud of what they're doing. Of course, that force is engaged in occupying in the West Bank, engaged in suppressing the March of Return protests against the siege of Gaza and for the return of their land that was stolen years ago. You have the Canadian government expanding its free trade agreement with Israel that includes the West Bank and products made in illegal Israeli settlements in the West Bank entering Canada tariff-free. You have the Trudeau government superseding its Canadian food inspection agency and proper labeling of wines produced in illegal Israeli settlements. When that was pursued, and the food inspection agency called on wines that were labeled as products of Israel to be properly labeled, and that was viewed as a threat to Israeli settlement products and industry in the West Bank. The Trudeau government has reversed course and has actually pursued a court case to force those all the way up to the Supreme Court to allow those Israeli wine producers in the West Bank to import to Canada with mislabeling their products. So Canada's policy of voting against Palestinian rights, the UN, it's a really incredible dozens and dozens of resolutions, more than 50 resolutions during the Trudeau time upholding Palestinian rights have been voted against by the Trudeau government. Right now, just to finish really quickly, right now there's a big campaign in terms of challenging Canadian foreign policy, big campaign for a seat on the Security Council. I invite everyone watching and listening to engage with that campaign to oppose Canada's bid for Security Council seat. You can go to foreignpolicy.ca to sign the petition against Canada's foreign policy. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ian. Okay, John, you're on. Hi, John.
Yep. Am I? There we are. Sorry, a little trouble unmuting myself there for a moment. So thank you, comrades. I think that if there's a term that emerges to describe the present situation, one of them at least would be unprecedented, but unprecedented in a way that's unimaginable. Jeff alluded to the fact that he hadn't seen anything like this in his life, and I think that's true for all of us. We're dealing with a situation that seems to become more incredible with every passing week. A while ago, trying to come to terms with what was happening, several people were making the point that a whole number of people were making the point that we were dealing with a multi-faceted crisis of the capitalist system. There was, in the form of the pandemic, a profound healthcare crisis. At the same time, an enormous economic slump of vast proportions, compared quite legitimately to the Great Depression, that was already taking shape before the pandemic struck, and then over the top of it all, as we all know, an ecological crisis of absolutely immense proportions that there really is no escape from under capitalism. And as this was unfolding, we were beginning to see signs of very, very important resistance in various countries. Strike waves, rent strikes breaking out, healthcare workers giving a lead, service sector workers resisting. In a month or so ago, I was reading that in the province of Ontario, where I live, there had been over 200 work refusals on the basis of safety issues, where workers had simply refused to work because of the threat they faced in the teeth of the pandemic. And so that's weeks ago, we considered ourselves to be in an absolutely unprecedented historical situation. But then comes this unbelievable uprising in the United States. In the media, you read that it's nothing like it has been seen for 50 years, but in some ways, even the comparisons to the 60s ghetto rebellions, I think, are not entirely valid. And it's resonating within the population of the United States, and it's resonating internationally as well. certainly here in Canada. Certainly you're seeing huge demonstrations. I just happened to look at my Facebook page and I see a demonstration in London, Ontario, not an enormously large community, but the streets absolutely filled with people responding. In Belgium, people demonstrating. Paris, London, in Belgium, covering up statues of King Leopold, the mass murderer of the Congo, with I can't breathe written on it. In Brazil, where the police are even more murderous than in the United States, an outpouring of people. So something incredible is being unleashed. And when we see this kind of mobilization, the murder of George Floyd and the incredible levels of racist police brutality are unquestionably the spark and unquestionably a major component of what's happening. But it goes beyond that. People are now facing this lockdown. They're facing the threat of the loss of housing. They're facing hunger. They're facing an incredibly uncertain future. And there's an amazing anger. And it's leading to, and even the official polls are showing it, an incredible radicalization that is taking place, not just amongst a large grouping of people who are being drawn towards activism, but right in the depths of the population. Opinion surveys showing in the United States huge support for the uprising, and I see one poll that actually says that a majority of respondents, 54% of respondents to a poll, suggest that they believe that the burning to the ground of police stations in Minneapolis was a justified response to the police murder. So an incredible mood that's out there. And a few weeks ago, before the uprising and the intensification of the radicalization process, opinion polls in Canada showing people with remarkably changed perspectives. An ECOS poll showing 70% of respondents in Canada calling for the broad transformation of society, saying that they agreed with such a thing taking place. Another poll showing a majority in favour of free public transportation being provided across the country. And so there is this sense of raised expectation and challenge and grievance that I think is far more livid than it's ever been in my lifetime. And what it's going to confront as the lockdown comes to an end, with the possibility of the pandemic producing more crises and more lockdowns, is that the agenda is going to be going in the opposite direction. That there is going to be an attack on workers' rights posed as emergency measures to restart the economy. There's going to be austerity. There's going to be an enormous growth of poverty. There's going to be mass unemployment. And in that situation, if events of the last week are any indication, and I think they strongly are, there is going to be mass struggle. There is going to be mass resistance emerging, such as none of us have ever seen in our lifetimes. And this really does pose the possibility of advancing radical demands. I don't think you're going to be able to arrange to get the Socialist Action's platform of demands tested by ECOS. But if you did, I suspect that you'd get a very, very favourable response to the kind of things that are being called for. They are exactly the kind of radical demands that we need to be putting forward in the present situation. We need to go beyond just calling for defensive measures to prevent them cutting things. We need to be advancing a fundamentally different vision, such as your platform very effectively captures, I think. And if there is a multi-pronged crisis of capitalism, in some ways its greatest crisis for capitalism is a crisis of legitimacy. And there is going to be a very, very combative period ahead. When the Great Depression struck in 1929, there was a fairly extended period going into the 30s of shocked passivity. That doesn't appear to be the situation at the moment. There seems to be a real readiness to engage and a real readiness to fight back that can go deeper and deeper into the population, into the working class population, and particularly the most oppressed people within that population. But I think what's absolutely central in the period ahead, if we're going to move forward, is that it has to be possible to demonstrate that we can win. Day after day, in the face of the uprising in the United States, you see various capitulations taking place on the part of those in power, whether it's the laying of charges against the cops or response to calls to defund the police and all these things. In the period after the lockdown, when the huge attacks are taking place, it's extremely important that we demonstrate that we can, as we say in OCAP, fight to win. To take the example of evictions, just right in this city of Toronto at the moment, there are hundreds of thousands of tenants who are on the edge of homelessness as they have never been before. There have always been large numbers of people precariously housed, but right now you have a huge population of people who have not been able to pay their rent. And in the midst of the lockdown, the authorities had no real choice but to hold off on the eviction process. That's going to go back into effect. And when that happens, there's going to be enormous numbers of tenants who are not called back to work, called back part-time, who have racked up several months of arrears, who are in no position to pay their rent. And it's going to be extremely important that we advance that demand for a moratorium on rent and mortgage payments, but that we actually contest the eviction process, as they did, the great movements of the 1930s did, that we mobilized to create a situation where they simply cannot send officials to people's homes and put them out without that being contested by a community that seethes with indignation and that is ready to fight back. And there has to be organised forms of that. I went recently to the website of the Canadian Labour Congress and I took a look to see what kind of a lead was being given in the present situation by the main central body of the trade union movement in Canada, and I had pretty well an expectation that the fight back that they were proposing was going to be inadequate. But I don't think I was braced for the fact that they weren't proposing any fight back beyond a few petitions you could fill in and such like. There's nothing there, and that's, I think, really poses the question of the kind of fight back that must begin to take place. We can't wait for the CLC. But in the present situation, the trade union model that consists essentially of a top-down, bureaucratized organization with a largely demobilized membership is just not going to cut it. The levels of mobilization that we who engage in community-based organising have been able to achieve so far is absolutely pitifully inadequate. That we're going to have to start looking at the possibilities for moving to forms of mass organisation in the period ahead. And time is really not on our side, but the possibilities for doing it are there as they haven't been before. Let me say that as we engage in these struggles, and as people demonstrate their capacity to fight back and mobilize, we're going to raise incredible possibilities. We're going to raise the possibility of winning some incredible victories. We're going to make the crisis of capitalism profoundly deeper by a powerful, ubiquitous, mass global resistance. But let it be also said that what people are gravitating towards when they give the kind of responses that they are to the official pollsters at the moment is that people are moving towards, I think, a recognition of the fact that there is a deep crisis in this society that is not solvable under the present form of under the present system, under the capitalist system. It's just not at all solvable. It's not even it's not that it can't be solved in some complete and lasting way. They can't even put together an effective holding operation. There is no more possibility of a Keynesian phase to forestall the day of reckoning. There isn't even the possibility of an incremental neoliberal approach. That the only solutions that this system can offer at the moment are systems of disaster, of catastrophe, of, as Jeff said, leaving people at the mercy of the theory of herd immunity in the face of a pandemic, of imposing massive defeats on trade unions and on working class people. And I think that there is the real possibility in the period ahead that that the fight for people's basic needs in this situation can be raised to a level of a struggle against the capitalist system itself. I think the possibilities for social transformation are on the agenda in the period ahead in ways that I've never seen in my lifetime. I think this is a period that is in many ways a dreadful a period in which people are suffering, in which there is the crises of this system come together and oppress people in ways that are truly horrible. But at the same time, there is the possibility really now of fighting for a fundamentally different society. I think it's before us, and I think the fights we take up are crucial in the coming period. I think that this is a time when ideas of anti-capitalism and socialist transformation can resonate not among handfuls of people, dozens of people, or thousands of people, but amongst millions of people. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, John. Now we're going to, I'll get to my producer in a moment for questions, and he's going to read out 4 questions from 4 different people in the audience. So please have your pens and pencils ready. And the speakers will get up to 5 minutes. You can answer all questions or just 1 or 2. It's up to you. But you get up to 5 minutes. And the list, well, is as follows. Jeff will start, then Emily, then John, and then Eve. Okay, Kurt, the 4 questions, please.
All right, everyone. So just to let our audience know, we will not be going in order of questions asked. There was a comment by John Wenderlich. He wished to focus on solutions, and so it was Elizabeth's demand that we focus on the questions that will stimulate such a response from our panelists. So the first question is from Max Irwin. Is the demand tax the rich reformist realism or reformist illusion or part of the Trotskyist method of transitional programmatic demands? And to continue that, is it something achievable without ending capitalism, or is it a transitional demand meant to raise the consciousness of the workers and the masses as to the class rule question, etc.? Julius asked, please comment on the current leadership of the workers' movement, i.e. leadership of our unions and NDP, and their complicit support for capitalism, blocking radical ideas at every opportunity. John Wunderlich asks, what is the key transitional demand at this moment when so many appear to be willing to hear radical alternatives? And Ellen Ramsey asks, do you agree that now is the right time to build the international working class movement to overthrow the oppressive rulers? Thank you.
So there's your 4 questions. Jeff, you're up first. Then Emily, then John, then Eve.
I totally agree with John Clark's observations. When I write and simply describe the situation as it is, the reality of the horrors imposed by a system rapidly degenerating before our eyes is so great that the conclusions you can draw, you should draw, are there something fundamentally wrong with the system and it has to go. I said to one of our comrades, do we need a series of transitional demands to get people from their current level of consciousness to a more profound level of consciousness where they challenge the system? But the real answer to that question is, as important as transitional demands are, tax the rich and all the others, we're experiencing a giant leap in consciousness from where people were for the past 50 years to today, where they're challenging every aspect of the system. Every crisis poses the nature of the system itself, from species extinction to global warming to hurricanes to absence of health care to mass death and plagues to the blue death of cops. People are thinking about socialist solutions. And we have to be there to start with to recruit those young people who sound like the young people on our platform today, who are excited and thrilled with the possibility that people are in the streets and are challenging the system. In Socialist Action USA, we said, well, what should we do right now? We are in the leadership of the United National Anti-War Coalition, and I drafted a proposal saying we in UNAC can't just sit around and wait till this situation slowly ebbs and the traditional reformist leadership sheepherds it back into the safe channels of the Democratic Party. We've already seen the Al Sharptons out there, the Jesse Jacksons, the mayors, the governors, everybody saying caution and promising reform, Martin Luther King III, and others. They offer no solutions whatsoever. So we're considering, as I speak, embarking on a project to contact 100, 200, 500 organizations that are new or that have been around and have connections with the oppressed communities, with the peace and justice communities, with the religious communities, with the intellectuals, with the youth, to say, can we call an independent action, independent of the Democratic and Republican parties as the 2020 elections approach in the United States? Can we call a principled mobilization in every city in the country on the key demands that are coming from the lips of the young people in the streets? Can we carve out a section of this movement to be ongoing, long-term, deeply rooted, to continue this struggle in united front fashion? Can we organize a conscious break from capitalist reformist politics without being sectarian or ultra-left or proclamatory socialism now? I think those forces are in the streets. The initial response to our call to our friends in every social movement that we're aware of, civil liberties movement, civil rights, democratic rights, LGBTQI, trans rights, anti-war, social justice, anti-racist, environmental. Can we come together in an independent manner? The reformists have lost their credibility as never before. I totally agree with John's view that these are totally unprecedented times. We can't forget that. We have leapfrogged over the passivity that we saw, as John said, between 1929 and 34, when the first strikes in Minneapolis, led by Trotskyists, paved the way for the CIO and a major breakthrough. People are down and out, but they are in a fighting mood in the streets. And that's the people we have to appeal to. We have to think new thoughts. We have to get out there and meet these people who are fighters, who are the future, who are the youth. And it's no coincidence, by the way, that the youth are in the streets believing, as youth always are, that they are invulnerable. That even if they do contract the pandemic, the likelihood of healthy young people is low, that they will die from the pandemic, whereas old people like me with pre-existing illnesses and my friends are hesitant to get out there without a mask in big crowds. But we will try and be safe. But it's for the youth. This is the day of the youth. And they have grown up in a different environment. I grew up in the civil rights movement where racism was the norm. Young people were systemized, institutional segregation of schools, public facilities, the cultural norms was the norm. Today it's not. Young people are familiar with racism, are familiar with police brutality, they're familiar with the plight of the oppressed. Their hearts go out to the oppressed. They feel part of the oppressed. One more thing, and it's the most important thing. Initially, even old timers like me said, well, these are just the kids in the street. The real working class is not there. as if I could present an image of the working class, a 50-year-old automobile worker, who has managed to stay on the job after layers of pension cuts and layoffs. No, the truth is that those young people in the streets are the working class today. They are not the industrial working class. They are in the factories, in the warehouses, in the factories that surround the warehouses, the truck drivers, the service sector workers, the hospital workers, the meat cutters, the poor, the oppressed, the multiracial working class, black and white. They're in the streets today. They're not just a bunch of kids, as much as the kids are with them. The high school and junior high school kids risking their lives with their parents escorting them. These are unprecedented times, not formalistic times. The demands will come right out of the movement, don't need to be manufactured in our heads. They are immediate for everyone. Let's take advantage of it. Let's build our sister parties, Socialist Action Canada and Socialist Action United States. This is the time for massive growth, and you're on the mark. Your panel is terrific and inspiring.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. Emily? Go ahead, comrade.
My connection has gone even better than usual, so apologies in advance. So several questions here, and I'll try to address them as much as I can. I'll take off from Jeff and what you were saying about the issue of the youth as, hello, I am a youth. Speaking as someone who is probably the more radical one in a lot of the circles I work in, I can say with a lot of certainty that my generation is incredibly radical. I mean, we're familiar, as Jeff said, with the plight of oppression. We grew up in 2008. We watched our parents lose their jobs as banks and big businesses got bailed out, and there was no accountability whatsoever. That was our introduction to the concept of the capitalist economy. Our formative years we spent watching the proliferation of racism with incidents like Trayvon Martin, who is my age, exactly the same age as me, and Freddie Gray, Mike Brown. That is our coming into awareness, watching police beat people down in real time as we are watching on social media.
Now, I'm having trouble hearing Emily.
Every single
We're having technical problems. Sorry.
You know, so many people.
Emily,
Oh dear.
can you turn off your video and see if that'll...
Apologies, everyone.
Okay. Go ahead, Emily, please.
Apologies, comrades.
That's
Is this any
okay,
better?
Emily, but please, what you had to say was very important. Could you start from the beginning, dear, if you can?
All right, where'd you lose me?
Right from the beginning, I did.
Oh no.
It's okay, start wherever you wish, wherever you wish.
I'll condense. I'll say, speaking as a youth, we the youth are more radical than ever. As you know, someone who is probably the more radical person in a lot of my social circles, I can still see an incredible amount of progressive activist inclination. We grew up in 2008 watching our parents lose their jobs as big banks and big industries got rescued and our families were left to languish. That was our introduction to the concept of a capitalist economy. Our formative years we spent watching incidents like the El Sibuktuk crisis in New Brunswick and the incidents that gave rise to the Black Lives Matter movement in the United States. I am the exact same age as Trayvon Martin, and I watched what happened to him and that conversation play out in real time. We are connected to each other and to the plights of oppressed people around the world on social media, which many discredit, but it is a powerful tool for the initial stages of radicalization and learning about what these programs and what is possible. Today, I am seeing an incredible amount of radicalization more than ever before as the dual crises of COVID-19 and climate change emerge as never before. And now, during this unprecedented push for civil rights, I have never seen so many people engage in incredibly progressive, radical ideas that would never have considered it before. And they are challenging everyone they know and challenging their parents and their families to get on board and get with the program. So I'm proud of my people. Regarding the issue, I think Julius posed the question of leadership in the unions and the NDP. Yes, there is an implicit support for capitalism there. However, I do want to note that many people have pointed out that the NDP have become the de facto opposition party of Canada. Andrew Scheer and his, quote, progressive conservatives have offered no real alternatives or support for people in any meaningful capacity, and it is the NDP that has been pushing to increase subsidies for working class people and take accountability for all of the Liberals' attempts at policy, though the Liberals tried to discredit them at every turn and then turn around and pretend like it was their idea all along. Nonetheless, the leadership of the unions and the NDP bureaucracy is complicit. You know, Andrea Horwath and the Ontario NDP are not pushing for what is needed in any significant capacity. And we need to hold them to account more than ever. But also, you know, as we keep saying, there is a movement building that is so beyond what they are capable or even interested in conceptualizing of. They are not taking advantage of this moment to advance radical propositions. They're content to just kind of sit there and attempt to gather power as Doug Ford and Justin Trudeau fumble their way through the handling of this pandemic and economic crisis. In terms of what transitional demands we should be advancing, defunding the police is the #1 demand on people's lips right now, and that gives lead to so many other things. Why do we pour out all of this money into the Canadian military? Why do we invest so much in the RCMP when they, you know, attack Indigenous land defenders? Let's advance that and use that as a transition towards, hey, what if we consider nationalizing and taking public control and public ownership of these industries and advance ideas of community defense and community safety, self-reliance, and worker governance? We are ripe for that conversation.
Okay, thank you, Emily. So, Eve?
Eve, you're muted.
You're okay now.
Excuse me. The question of unions, I'm going to be brief, but the question of unions and state of political affairs. I mean, just one example: in September, Unifor held their convention in Quebec City, and they invited both Chrystia Freeland, then Foreign Affairs Minister, and Justin Trudeau, as well as, actually, for that matter, Romeo Dallaire. All three of those people, in different ways, I'm not going to get into all the details, but are people, of course, who are right at the center of Canadian foreign policy. And at the time, I looked into what Unifor had said regarding Canadian foreign policy in the previous few years, and there's basically no criticisms of Canadian foreign policy. That's not exactly fair. They are part of Common Frontiers, an organization that had criticized Canadian policy in Venezuela and some other places. But in terms of their direct criticisms, so you have a situation where the biggest private sector union in the country, and this is not just a problem with regards to uniform, but generalizes to a large extent, are almost entirely unwilling to challenge major Canadian foreign policy, Canadian imperialism. And in the case of Unifor, they were happy to actually, bring foreign affairs minister, and not just a foreign affairs minister, but one who was associated at the more aggressive foreign affairs minister versus Stéphane Dion, the previous foreign affairs minister, who was a slightly less belligerent. And I think that says a lot about the state of resistance to Canadian imperialism within the working class trade union leadership, and it's an obstacle. I mean, I think we need to be, when it comes to foreign policy specifically, there is the degree to which there is a consensus. Consensus is a bit too strong a word, but close to consensus among the dominant institutions of the Canadian left, be that the NDP, the Greens, labor unions. There is very little space to challenge Canadian policy. I mean, in the case of Venezuela, is one example where a few unions were willing to challenge Canadian policy. You see some with regards to Palestine, but at the same time, you also see situations where in 2018 at the NDP convention, you had the second most supported resolution, 25 riding associations, many the youth, NDP youth, back a resolution, very modest resolution around Palestinian rights. And the leadership of the party did everything they could to make sure that resolution wasn't even discussed by the convention. So it's real in terms of the labor unions and NDP being often quite directly complicit in Canadian foreign policy. It's a part of the battle. There's battle that needs to go on that front, both outside of those structures and also battles that need to go on within those structures in terms of moving those structures into a better direction. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, Eve, thank you very much. Okay, so now we're going to go back. Yes, everybody has spoken. I think I haven't left anybody out. Did you speak, John?
No, not yet.
Oh, sorry. I knew Hussein, but I saw you up there. Figure. Okay, John, go ahead.
That's right. I don't think I need to add a huge amount. I mean, I think that the question of the demands we put forward in the coming period have to be extremely elastic, because how this crisis is going to play out in this volatile situation and what struggles lie ahead exactly is relatively unpredictable. I think there are things we can identify as areas of struggle that are almost inevitable, but what's going to predominate? I mean, who would have imagined that this killing in Minneapolis, this racist police killing, would assume the significance that it did? But I think the demands the demands that come forward, to the extent that there's influence in them, I think they do have to be extremely radical, and they do have to point at challenging the system. And I think the mood is there to do that. And when the question is asked is, can they be achieved? Well, I think, doesn't Trotsky make the point in the transitional program that the realizability or the unrealizability of a given demand will be decided by the balance of forces? And could we win gains? Could we win gains around policing? Could we win gains around nationalisation? That's not impossible in the coming period. Look at those death trap long-term care facilities that have been so they're privately owned, many of them, and they've caused such an incredible amount of the deaths from the coronavirus. The possibility of having those taken into public ownership is extremely possible. But I think at every point, the demands have to be bold, and they have to move beyond where we are, and they have to point to something. They have to point to something fundamentally different. In this incredibly volatile situation, when the question is asked about existing leaderships, those leaderships, I think, are going to be, I'm talking of trade union leaders, the NDP leaders in Canada. I think they're going to find themselves in a very difficult situation, trying to deal with the kinds of explosions of mass anger that are going to emerge. Their role as firefighters and pacifiers is going to be a very challenging one for them. And we're going to have to deal to some extent with those leaderships, but there are models of how that was done. In Britain at the end of the First World War, the shop stewards committees that emerged that played such an important role had to exist, had to work around the national, the official national trade union leaders, as did the Teamster Rebellion in Minneapolis in 1934. We've got to, I think, to the greatest extent possible, work to facilitate the growth of rank and file and grassroots-led initiatives in the coming period. Just read a fascinating account of mobilizing taking place at the moment in New York City, and looking at the way the crowds were organizing and everything, and how you see the beginnings of not just simply demonstrations, but a kind of a de facto assembly process that's beginning to emerge. So those things are there, and I think the resonance of socialist ideas and thinking can be incredible, provided that we're in there and we're part of it, and we're part of those movements. So great possibilities, I think, in the period ahead.
Thank you, John. Okay, so we're going to go back to our producer now, and we should have 4 questions. Maybe we can squeeze in 5, Kurt. But let's go to the audience that hasn't got a question answered already first, okay? And the panel will once again be given 5 minutes to answer. And the list will be Eve, John, Emily, and Jeff. Okay, Kurt?
I don't believe we have much time, so I'll ask the questions of people who haven't asked before.
Yeah, we have 30 minutes, right?
Yeah.
So 25, 20.
I will ask all the questions that were posted to me, which are more than 4, but it'll be up to our speakers to decide which question they will answer. So first, I'll start with our comrade YC Lee, who states, in Canada, it is already past the 1-year anniversary of the National Inquiry into the murder and missing Indigenous women and girls. And the discussants also can the discussants also address this form of genocide and racism from their perspective? We have a question from Barry Weisletter, and he has a question for Eve, which is, how does the current campaign to deny Canada a seat at the UN Security Council contribute to a working class vision for the future? Sam asks, this is a question for Jeff. With the unprecedented civil unrest, we hear the demand for defunding the police. Do you see this as a transitional demand? John Orrit asks, all the protests, despite all the protests, the consciousness of the protesters need to advance beyond vague systematic discrimination to an actual understanding of the system that is the root of the problem. So that was more of a statement. Daniel Tered asked, in this time of acute crisis with so many people frustrated and receptive to socialist ideas, what is a strategy for uniting socialist groups, or at least putting some differences aside for now? Sorry. John Wonderlicks asks, Eve, should Canada withdraw from Five Eyes Is that a precondition for moving to a progressive foreign policy? Should Meng Wanzhou be released? I believe that's Vice President of Huawei. John Wunderlich also wants to state, just a reminder that the 13th Amendment abolished slavery except as punishment for a crime. And then we have our final question directed at Emily from Barry Wiseletter is, Emily, how does your experience in organizing co-workers at Laurier U inform and express your perspectives as a socialist in the effort to transform this society? And then he continued, I'll just leave it at that. Those are enough questions.
Okay, comrades, so you can answer as much as you can in 5 minutes, whichever one you want to target. And the list will be Eve, John, Emily, and Jeff. Eve?
Yes, for sure, Meng Wanzhou should be released. It's funny to be so kind of supportive of this this big corporate conglomerate, but her arrest is totally odious, and the Trudeau government framing it as a upholding law. U.S. extradition treaty is kind of hilarious, and the fact that the media just repeats that when clearly the American claim against her that she violated was probably not even true, but violated U.S. sanctions on Iran. Those sanctions, of course, are totally illegal. They are unilateral, very clearly contrary to the UN Charter and illegal. So what Canada is really doing, this country that claims to be, the government that claims to be supportive of the international rules-based order, is very aggressively going counter the international rules-based order. So she should be released. Now, the Five Eyes question is a totally fascinating one. I think the Five Eyes, which is the Canadian, US, British, New Zealand, Australian intelligence network that goes back goes back to World War II, but in a formal sense, just after World War II. Canada's contribution is the Communications Security Establishment, which is under Defense, Department of National Defense, and it's kind of Canada's equivalent to the NSA in the US. This intelligence alignment is clearly a force towards a imperialistic Canadian foreign policy. One thing that I haven't seen pointed out about the Five Eyes is that what is its basis? I mean, if its basis is linguistic, there's a whole lot more English speakers in India and Nigeria than there are in New Zealand, or for that matter, Australia or Canada. If its basis is wealth, Japan is a wealthier country. South Korea, maybe. What its basis is basically the European settler colonial outposts. It's not a coincidence that the four countries that voted against, or sorry, should I say, refused to adopt the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, they have subsequently adopted them or accepted them, but they resisted. It's not a coincidence those countries were Canada, the US, New Zealand, and Australia. Britain, slightly different situation with regards to Indigenous people than the other four. So what the Five Eyes is, in large part, is an alliance of white supremacy. Unfortunately, in the anti-racist world, that's not something that's even raised. I think it's something that should be raised, and it is something that clearly is, again, pushes Canadian foreign policy in a imperialistic direction. With regards to the Security Council, this campaign around the Security Council and no to Canada's bid for a seat on the Security Council has already been able to pushed through a little bit in the mainstream. There was a petition signed by a number of prominent people. Got published in the Toronto Star. It got reported on by a whole slew of Canadian press, Radio-Canada, a whole bunch of international media, large swath of left media. About 2,500 people have now signed the petition, 30 plus groups. There's another concurrent campaign that's aligned with the initial petition campaign specifically around Palestine. And there's a public open letter on Canada's voting against Canada's bid for Security Council due to its anti-Palestinian policies that has more than 100 organizations signed that, dozens of prominent individuals. It's also gotten a certain amount of corporate media attention. There's a emailing campaign to all the ambassadors at the UN to ask them to vote against Canada's bid for Security Council seat. Now, the point of the campaign is basically twofold. One is it's an opportunity. It's a teachable moment, if you like. If we're not going to be assessing Canadian foreign policy now, when are we going to be assessing it? In this bid for a seat on the highest, most powerful decision-making body of the United Nations. The other part, the campaign, the goal is to have Canada not win its seat, and to not win the seat, to again open up a moment to have a much-needed discussion or a reassessment, a fundamental reassessment of Canadian foreign policy. So I'm hopeful that I think that there's already been a success in terms of putting out some critical ideas on Canadian foreign policy, breaking down the nationalism. It's just incredible nationalism that it should not be at all controversial. Canada's competing against Ireland and Norway. I'm not making an argument for Ireland and Norway's foreign policy is great things, but Canada's foreign policy is just so clearly worse than countries. And so progressive shouldn't
about to speak. I can't. It's okay.
So progressive shouldn't have any problem with preferring Ireland and Norway over Canada. It's only a question of nationalism that would make that difficult politically. So again, I invite people to sign the petition, to send a letter to the UN ambassadors from the Just Peace Advocates website, and sign a petition at foreignpolicy.ca.
Okay, thank you very much, Eve. Okay, John.
Okay, I apologise. It looks like with all my best effort, my phone is about to give out. It looks pretty drained and on its last leg. So if I suddenly fade out, I apologise, and I'll try and therefore say what I think was the things I wanted to say the most here was on the question of. The question was raised of the demand around defunding the police and the enormous importance of that demand, and that seems to me very indicative of the way in which of the role of anti-capitalist politics to play in this particular situation. The demand to defund the police is something that I certainly don't want to oppose. I want to call for the abolition of the police force, but I do see, in the discussion that's taking place on that, a sort of a notion put forward that in capitalist society it's going to be possible to replace the police with social workers, and I think what we have to recognise is that the police reflect the kind of society they are the enforcers for. So a challenge to the police becomes at the same time a challenge against the capitalist society that they are the thugs for. And that's, I think, really, really important to inject that into the discussion. The final thing I wanted to deal with was the question was raised around socialist groups uniting and setting aside differences. In one sense, I think the differences that socialist groups have are extremely important, and they need to be sharp and they need to be debated thoroughly. But what I think is absolutely impermissible in the present situation is any kind of sectarianism and a refusal to work as part of a united front. I think those who can advance anti-capitalist ideas are going to be at a premium in the coming period. And I think that's going to be an extremely important thing to work collaboratively to around the goal of injecting a radical anti-capitalist politics into the struggles that lay ahead.
Thank you, John. Emily.
Hi, I'm gonna just turn off my video again just in case. Sorry. Hello. So yeah, I want to echo what John said about, defunding the police as a transitional demand towards abolition and models of community care and community safety. I don't have much more to add. I just wanted to reaffirm that. Again, in terms of uniting socialist groups, I agree. I think, any group that is advancing substantive anti-capitalist ideas and anti-capitalist policies is really, really valuable right now. And one of the things I so admire about Socialist Action and what drew me to them in the first place is this principle of solidarity, not sectarianism. And we can collaborate, and we can be critically supportive of many different organizations. We can acknowledge the validity of the other perspectives while keeping, our own interests and our own priorities in focus for our own work. But we can also be open to critique, and we will collaborate and work with people who are open to our critiques of them. I think the most important thing is, just the ability to be flexible and to modify our plans and adjust what we are aiming for to serve the needs of the community and the most vulnerable and most marginalized people. We need to be reflective and prioritizing those needs above whatever, grand plan we might have. I do want to respond to Comrade Weissy, who had a question about the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls inquiry. Yes, that came out a year ago, and it did not mince words. They bluntly stated that the ongoing crisis of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls in Canada constitutes a genocide. And I think it is important to recognize, and there's plenty of literature to back me up on this, that continuing violence and this continuing genocide against Indigenous people is essential for the maintenance of the Canadian state. Women are critical land defenders. We look at the leadership of Wet'suwet'en, and many Indigenous communities are led by very strong Indigenous women. And the continued violence against them is a continuing destabilization of communities that allows for continued extractivism and, these punitive extractivist policies to go on ahead. And I will leave it at that. There's plenty more you can read on that, written by actual Indigenous people. Finally, I do want to respond to, I think other comrades have beautifully addressed some of the other comments, but Barry's question for me, which was, how did organizing at Laurier inform and express my perspective as a socialist and my efforts to transform society? First of all, I want to credit the other organizers of the Laurier TAs for their incredible tireless work. I happened to join right at towards the end of the campaign as it was nearing its height. That work had been happening for 3 years before I joined. So I want to give full credit to my fellow wonderful, radical, powerful organizers. They were amazing people to work with. One of the things that I found really interesting in the campaign was how to engage the incredibly liberal in discussions about policies and structures that actually work to their benefit, but that they've been trained to be suspicious of. There are a lot of people who are deeply, deeply suspicious of the concept of a union, and why would we ever want to unionize? Laurier treats us so well, and learning how to approach those conversations with incredibly liberal or even conservative-leaning or right-leaning people, and how to effectively engage those conversations and build a movement of support amongst a group that is very opposed to militancy and opposed to mass action as a concept, and learning how to bring those people around, which is turning to be a very useful skill that I'm employing a lot right now. And that's all I have to say. So thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Okay, Jeff, you're on.
Okay. Once again, I'm proud to be with you all. Yes, I agree with the demand defund the police. And in fact, it's already being discussed. The Minneapolis School Board fired the police who they had hired as a security force. There are demands on the city council floor to defund the police. But John is right that the police are an integral part of the repressive apparatus of the capitalist state. And the more we go after the police, the more we will begin to expose the nature of the state. A real movement has to come out of the Black community to pose an alternative. That's why in the past we've said Black community control of the Black community, and that was when the Black community was an organized force, neighborhood patrols. That will happen again. The neighborhood cleanups are a part of it. A while ago, I stood at a rally of a couple of thousand people in downtown Oakland during the Occupy movement, and I shouted, "Free Mumia Abu Jamal." I was introduced as the director of the mobilization of Free Mumia, and everybody cheered. And then I said, "Free all political prisoners," and everybody cheered, 2,000 strong. And then I said, "I want to see if you'll cheer this. Empty the prisons in this racist school to prison industrial slave labor context, where 80% of the people are there for nonviolent crimes, imprisoned because of the racist nature of society and the racist police force. We should empty the jails. Like in the past, revolutionaries have said, empty the Bastilles. Every self-respecting, successful revolution has always emptied the jails. We should begin to pose that question. We say rehabilitation, not mass incarceration. And point to, yes, we need more social workers, but the ultimate problem is a repressive society where there are no democratic rights, especially for poor people. We should say not only defund the police, but money for education and jobs, not the police and the military. U.S. hands off, out now. But let me say a few words about the labor movement. What a horror to see that in Washington, D.C., the demonstrators burned the AFL-CIO headquarters. What a horror that there weren't thousands of organized workers outside cheering on the demonstrators, not to mention with banners and placards that the unions could easily make. Most people see the union bureaucracy, especially the Trumpka types, as complicit with the system. The two of the largest unions, the SEIU with 2 million members and the AFT, American Federation of Teachers, with about the same members, had leaders with reactionary positions. AFT National President Randy Weingarten talked about now is the time to carefully send people back to work, including students back to school, accepting the proposition that we had leveled off at 22,000 new cases, whereas the Chinese had leveled off at 1 case, whereas the Chinese had tested virtually 70% of the Wuhan population. The United States hadn't tested 3% of the American population. And the teachers' unions are talking about sending people back, students and workers. And Mary Kay Henry, the SEIU president, with 2 million workers and 2/3 or 3/4 of them back to work, all low-wage, janitorial, hospital, and other poor workers, bragged that she was contributing to the back to work movement because 2/3 or 3/4 of her members were back, most all in unsafe conditions. Even hospital workers don't have protective equipment. Even nurses and doctors still don't have it. And yet these poor excuses for our labor leadership talks about revising the economy by sending their workers back to work. They could have played a major role. So the unions are going to be built, as John said, from the inside with fights for union democracy, and from the outside with the formation of new unions, with 95% of the workers in the United States, roughly speaking, unorganized. And they're not going to start with bureaucratized unions. They're going to start with rank and file, working class led unions that get their recognition on the picket lines by closing down plants rather than begging Democrats to pass legislation making it easier for them to organize. Any self-respecting leadership in these days will be able to organize the unorganized. On the demands that Eve talks about, Palestine and Venezuela, they will come to the fore, in my opinion, but in a new form today. These are largely hidden wars that the American people don't see. Secret operation wars, death squad wars, privatized army wars. What do you call those things in the air that they send people, robot wars, drone wars, and so on? Most people don't know about them. They're secret wars in 7 countries simultaneously, 1,100 military bases slaughtering genocidal form people from Yemen to Syria and elsewhere. But when we organize the kind of mass actions, and I say mass actions independent, with the whole left combining United Front style to get into the streets with our speakers and our demands, as opposed to waiting until the Democrats absorb in their death grip the best elements of the movement and bribe the others with NGOs to stabilize the capitalist system. When we get on the platform, we will get roaring approval from everyone when we say money for jobs, money for healthcare, not wars and cops. Everyone will feel comfortable that the two demands are inseparable, that they expose the capitalist nature of this society. This is the best time in my life to break out of the leftist groups that we have been compelled to work with in small demonstrations. If we are active, United Front style, non-sectarian, open to collaboration on key issues and mass mobilizations that show the power that is in the streets now, and people those platforms with speakers who express the best aspirations, independent of the Democrats and Republicans, will get a hearing. We'll build Socialist Action Canada and Socialist Action in the United States, and we will have made a profound contribution to the deepening of the radicalization underway in the United States and the advancing of revolutionary socialist ideas.
Okay, Barry, Elizabeth has some issues, so can you start with the outro?
Sorry, start with what?
The outro.
What's an outro?
The final statements.
Ah, the wrap up. Okay, we got this terminology, and we're having some fun with it, aren't we? Okay, so I want to thank very, very much our wonderful guests who participated in this conference, Socialism 2020. I want to thank Michaela and Aurelien and Lisa and Daniel and Emily and Jeff and Eve Engler and John Clark, and of course, our wonderful producer, Kurt Young in Mississauga.
Barry,
And to everyone.
Can you 2 things? Could you back up from the screen and can you press 1 on your keyboard?
1 on my keyboard. Okay. I pressed 1 on my keyboard. What do you want me to do next?
Continue.
Okay. So I thank all of our participants. This was a wonderful dialogue, exchange.
Sorry, Barry, I meant 0. Could you press 0?
Okay. If this doesn't work, you're going to have. Okay. Is that all right?
Go ahead.
Do I need to repeat anything?
No, go ahead.
Okay. So I thank all of our participants and everyone who contributed questions and who just watched and listened from afar. This was a wonderful example of socialist democracy, of how we can dialogue and engage in discussion on the important issues of the day, and constructively movements that can make an important impact on society, and the great movements that are taking shape in the four-pronged crisis of capitalism that we now are witnessing. I want to encourage everyone watching this program to consider buying a subscription to the Socialist Action newspaper. It's $25 for 1 year delivered to your door, and I think if I look over there's a copy of it not very far away on the furniture behind me. So if you're interested in subscribing to the paper, just visit our website. And what is that? www.socialistaction.ca. I repeat, www.socialistaction.ca. And if you'd like to talk to us about joining Socialist Action, just write to the following email address: socialistactioncanada@gmail.com, or just call 647-986-1917. That's right, you heard it. The year of the Russian Revolution makes it easier to remember, doesn't it? 647-986-1917. I'm going to put in a plug for an event taking place tomorrow. I know the audience listening and hearing this are situated all around the world, but many are in Southern Ontario within reach of the event I'm going to describe. Tomorrow at Celebration Square in the city of Mississauga, about 30 minutes west of Toronto, young people are mobilizing in large numbers to protest anti-Black racism. This is not sponsored by Black Lives Matter, but it's organized by youth bodies in Mississauga, in Peel. And one of their demands is for body cameras on the cops. Well, I don't think this is a solution to the problems that we're wrestling with now, but they have a right to pose the demands that they think are appropriate. We demand defunding the police and replace the police of the capitalist state with community self-defense. But we're proud to march with them. And I invite everyone within reach to meet at 12 noon tomorrow in Mississauga's Celebration Square. The march will begin and end from that point. It will pass by the Peel Board of Education. So join us in a mass action tomorrow with physical spacing and with our banners and flags. I hope many of you in the area can attend.
Hi, everybody.
Finally, once again, if you like this show, please subscribe to Socialist Action YouTube channel. The next Socialist Action webcast will occur in the coming days and weeks. Over the past 2.5 months, we had 2 shows a week, and we're now scheduling more in the days ahead. But the next Saturday it's a rather important event for Socialist Action members and supporters and those who are considering membership, and that's the Socialist Action Annual Convention. It takes place on Saturday, June the 13th, and if you're interested in becoming a member or being an invited guest, you should contact us. So the details about that and everything else I mentioned can be found at www.socialistaction.ca. And in the meantime, everyone, please stay safe, be healthy,
Barry.
and remain active. Bye for now.
Hello.
Hi, Elizabeth.
Yes, sorry, I want to apologize. It's because I just got my phone. I should have paid more attention to my phone. I lost power. By the time I've got it plugged in and everything, thank goodness you took over. So that was my fault. I apologize. But I hope you thanked all the panelists.
I did.
Wonderful. Okay. So stay safe, everybody, and thanks for participating.
Good night.
Good night.